Okay, so very good morning to all of you. People online, are you able to see and hear? Now, since the lecture is being live streamed on YouTube, I'll just tell you that this lecture is the part of PSIR Crash Course for Mains 2025, which includes almost 30 classes. It also includes 8 tests. So in case anybody wants to know more about it, you can reach out to us. Now, second thing is, this is the lecture number 8. 3 lectures, if you've seen, are already there on YouTube. Okay. So this happens to be almost the last major topic of paper 1A, but this topic has a lot of interlinkages. Okay. So when we see Western political thought, so we see it through the works of various thinkers, right from Plato to Hannah Arendt, and in between we've seen a huge evolution in the political thought. Okay. Now, if you remember the first, or I should say second lecture on political theory, what are the 4 elements of theory that we had seen? What is that? No, acha, theek hai. State, study of state, okay. A study of institutions also, past, present and future, okay. That is also a how history has evolved and how different ideas will or they will come together, okay. So this, today we'll again go and do a deep dive in this part here. Now this is also one topic jahan pe we take a lot of time, so my idea here is, because this happens to be the crash course, okay. So here we will do the entire topic of WPT. When we do this, I am again assuming that most of you are clear with the foundation and its basics. So your foundation is done. Now here our objective is that number 1, we revise our thinkers, and when we revise it, we'll do it in a manner that I will share almost a consistent framework. Okay? The revision we will do via a framework which will make our job easy. Second, while revising, we will now then focus on any specific quote that we can write, important keywords with respective thinkers, because we know that the more we write these specific keywords, we can fetch better marks. Here, of course, we will see their key theories and their criticisms. All these thinkers have been criticized by different thinkers after them also, okay, and how and by various schools of thought. These all things we'll see, and all of this is going to be integrated. So the questions that have been asked in PYQs, taking cue from them, I'll be asking, okay, or in fact we'll be doing. So after we are, let's say, done with this main part here, in some sections we will also go for more reflection. What is reflection here? I'll give you an example for, right? So for example, when we do Plato and the next thinker is Aristotle, reflection will tell us that I need to compare the thinkers. ठीक है? तो reflection में जैसे कि we should also keep on comparing. So again, reflection is, for example, when we read about Hobbes or even Locke, both of them are social contract theorists, okay, but then both of them differ in how individualism should be and what are their core prescriptions. ठीक है? So all these things we have to notice, and this is your reflection. So for example, you can get a question, this has not been asked, but again a question can be how individualism or the theory of individualism varies between Locke and Hobbes. Because in previous times they have asked you what is the Aristotelian critique of Plato's idealism. So normally what we do, we just do one thinker specifically. आगे पीछे हम बहुत ज़्यादा comparison नहीं करते, but this thing is equally important. Okay. Then when we again go to reflection, then there are thinkers, in fact, like Mill, okay, like Marx. I can even add Locke here, Gramsci, Hannah Arendt. Their work is not just limited to this topic. In fact, in our previous lectures, We have seen how these thinkers have also been important in the theories of state, also in understanding the concepts like power, rights, democracy, etc., etc. So you will see cross linkages in this part here. Okay. One more thing, for example, when I say compare, so it is not between just these thinkers. For example, when we do today Machiavelli, in the previous class we had done Kautilya's Arthashastra. So we'll then again make a comparison here. Okay. So here our idea is that we should be very clear in our mind with respect to thinkers, right? And we will be able to do this entire part. ठीक है? यहाँ तक clear है सब लोग? Now, just like I think I'd also shared with you a particular framework in some of the ideology also. So here also, if you want to understand any thinker, some things that we need to keep in our mind, this is a broad framework. And after that, we'll just go each thinker by thinker. So if I say, if we have to locate the thinkers, and we will take examples as we understand it. So number one thing is to understand their context, right? So here the context can be historical, it can also be socio-cultural. So it simply means, we normally say that thinker is a child of his times. So when I say that, so here for example for Hobbes, for Locke, for Rousseau, for Mill, the context in which they were present and the ideas that were present were very different. So we need to know what is the exact context here. Then one by one, I need to know about their theories. So usme bhi, for example, one important thing is what are their views on state? What are their views on human nature? What are their views on society? And then overall, we can talk about the essential core values, okay? So for example, values or ideals like justice. Even the concept of justice has evolved. If you start with the work of Plato and even to the contemporary work of John Rawls, the concept of justice has kept on evolving, hai na? So what are their values specifically with respect to this part? Then, a very essential part you have to know is criticism. And the last thing that we'll also note is their contemporary relevance. So this is the whole exercise that you have to know. तो अभी कोई भी thinker अगर रखोगे दिमाग में, जैसे after we are done with these thinkers, you have to almost think in this manner, and we would have done this exercise so many times in the class itself, but when you again revise it, ये बहुत automatic हो जाएगा आपको सोचना. This will make your life very easy. ठीक है? Right from the context, what are their views on state, human nature, society, या values, specific criticisms if they have had, या contemporary relevance. So even if I say Plato, or even if I say Hobbes, Mill, all these thinkers will almost go through the same trajectory. So this will make our lives easier. ठीक है? अब शुरू करते हैं. We'll directly start with Plato. Okay, so this is the topic here. So from Plato to Aristotle, and last till we'll go till Hannah Arendt. Ab, when we're talking of Plato, okay, so Plato mein I'll just quickly draw almost हर एक topic पे, because Plato is the first thinker. After this, I've already drawn the mind maps how I'll go and proceed. For example, Machiavelli में एक छोटा सा इस तरह से a mind map is there. We'll try to revise from that. Similarly for other thinkers also, ठीक है? But because I'm starting with the very first one, so that you and I are on the same page, so I'm just going to help you out with this. कि revise कैसे करना है, and again how to have all these thoughts together. Or let me do one thing. I'll mention it here. The entire PDF I'll share on the group. तो जो भी चीज़ें हम annotate कर रहे हैं, लिख रहे हैं, वो तो रहेगी आपके पास. But again, what you should do, again for all these things, what are keywords we are using? At least one page per thinker तो class में बैठ के बनाना ही आपको. Because otherwise, all the major things I'll keep on explaining. Okay? The only part that I would dictate is maybe if there's some very important line in a thinker or a very important quote related to a thinker. Other than that, all the frameworks, all the things are there in the slides also. वहाँ से समझेंगे. But we'll again try to revise this more. This is, I know, a topic many of you would have done it many a times. ठीक है? So use it from a revision perspective. Otherwise क्या होता है exam से पहले again, and the people who will watch this video perhaps later. So treat this video as a single source of revision for the entire topic. Okay? Now, we are starting with Plato. So almost our framework is, we will have some introduction, methodology, or I can say overall, the influences on the thinker, who has influenced the thinker. Okay? Or why I have left space? Because then I'll add some keywords here one by one. Okay? For some thinkers, specifically if you want to remember the book, any specific quote related to them or by some other person. Now, the essential theories which of Plato that we will be covering here are many. So, for example, his theory of forms, his theory of education, his theory, PK here is philosopher king, his theory of justice, his theory of communism. Okay? Next, overall, we'll try to quickly go through is the assessment of Plato. And when we assess him, of course, there will be two things: positives and overall negatives. Abhi ke liye, we'll just focus on the negative part. For example, he is known as enemy of open society, and whatever nodes we have mentioned, individually also these can become a question in themselves. जैसे question directly आ सकता है, and this was a question this year, so I'm putting a star mark on this, that critically examine Plato's theory of forms. This is a question of 2024. In the past, there have been questions on philosopher king. Either they will ask you directly the theory of philosopher king and the idea of philosopher king, or they will have a quote related to it. Okay? That until or unless philosophers become ruler, there will be no end to the predicament of human life. It simply means if philosophers don't become kings, the city will continue to have its own problems. Okay? Enemy of open society we'll see. An extension of this is whether he was the first fascist. Yesterday in our class we've done fascism in good detail, including its contemporary relevance, yaad hai hame? Or he was the first totalitarian. Then in addition to this, when we do communism, यहाँ पे एक चीज मैं अलग से just bracket में लिख रहा हूँ, we've already done Marx communism. Okay, so when we talk Plato's communism, now this is a comparison. We will compare it with Marx also, that whether Marx's communism and Plato's communism, is there a similarity, is there a difference, or both? So this is a point of comparison for us. Okay, and then of course assessment में मैंने minus किया, जैसे लिखो again, whether is he the first feminist or not, because this was also debated. So all these things we will have a look at. This is generally what we need to know. Now, when I'm saying introduction, how would you introduce Plato? Any idea? तो ये मैं पॉजिटिव में लिख दे रहा हूं अगेन एज द फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल फिलॉसफी. ओके, दिस कैन डायरेक्टली कम इन द इंट्रो. ओके, बट दिस यू वुड जनरली यूज अगर क्वेश्चन किसी फिलॉसफी के पार्ट पे है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इफ द क्वेश्चन इज रिलेटेड टू थ्योरी ऑफ फॉर्म्स and that is forms is rooted in Plato's idealism, then I can say that. Okay, other than that, just a couple of things that you can use to write this. Okay, so one, of course, he is a disciple of Socrates. Then, of course, father of political philosophy. Now, before I go to the method, just quickly in the intro, just tell me, what was the context when he emerged? When Plato came into being, what was exactly happening? So of course, यहाँ पे this introduction is going to be linked. When I'm saying influence, the biggest influence on Plato has been Socrates. So here, just going back and just quickly recapping for ourselves. So there was Athens versus Sparta. What is that war known as? The Peloponnesian War. Okay, and in that, what Plato had seen that, for example, Socrates had to consume hemlock. Hemlock is poison. Why? Because there was a rule of sophists, or sophists in fact they were guiding people, but they were rooted in material pursuits. Second, because of democracy and a lot of people not knowing what is the true reality, what exactly happened? That they actually sentenced Socrates to death, and this he exactly saw. So he had a dislike for both, number one, democracy, and he was never a fan of the wisdom of all the people. So he thought that within all the people, you will have only a small set of people who are wise men, who should be given the power to govern themselves. Okay? So यहाँ पे अगर if you come back here, Socrates' influence on Plato will always be very paramount. But that is not the only influence. He would also be influenced by other people. Any idea who, if you're able to recall? Or, sorry? अच्छा, वो that's it. Thrasymachus, Thucydides वाला trap अलग से हम पढ़ते हैं, okay? What is Thucydides trap? Your friend mentioned. सुना है कभी? In which context? China. Let's say, so Thucydides trap talks about there are two powers. One is an established power, and one would be a revisionist power. So, for example, if we talk about USA and China right now, so China is growing in its ambition, and the rise of China at this point of time can also lead to a potential conflict between these two. So, Thucydides trap is again a term that is used in IR to again understand the nature of relationships between one established power and one rising power. Okay? But here, when I'm talking of influence, I can talk about okay, there is Cephalus, etc. जो भी अगर याद है, yeah, even Pythagoras. Now, talking about this, and we'll just focus for 5 more minutes. Now, when I'm talking of Socrates, because I have to tell you what is the methodology of Plato. So here there are a couple of keywords that we need to know. So I'm just writing it separately here. Now Plato uses dialectics. Dialectics, he is inspired by the works of Socrates. Second thing, so one is dialectics. Second, he uses deductive reasoning, and in his methodology you have metaphysics. Now let us see all these terms, but before you go to these terms, it is important to again come back to Socrates for a moment. Now, Socrates was known as the wisest man. Why was he the wisest? Because he acknowledged that he was ignorant. The more he got to know about things, he said, I do not know. So he knew what were the limitations to his knowledge. And in his humility and his acceptance of ignorance, we say that he's the wisest man. Okay? Now Socrates involved something known as dialectics, which is again a method of reasoning where we keep on asking questions until the truth emerges. Okay, so again, we've seen examples of dialectics, so dialectical reasoning, etc. So dialectics is what Socrates used to use. Now, what is the core purpose of Socrates, which was also later the purpose of Plato? That they wanted to make Athens an ideal state. Okay? Now, how could this be made an ideal state? So, in this context, both of them, in fact, Aristotle also, they were critical of sophists. And why is that? Because sophists were materialists. They said pursuit of power, pursuit of politics is more important. But for Socrates, the pursuit of ideas was more important. He was an idealist. So he's a critic of sophist. Same influence you will also see in Plato also. Okay? And then, for example, this question has already come in the exam. An unexamined life is not worth living. This is what Socrates had said. An unexamined life is not worth living. Any idea what this term means in 1 or 2 lines? Any idea? No, the entire crash course will not be on YouTube. Lecture 1, 2, 3 we had shared, and only then after that this one. Batao, what is the meaning of this? Because this statement is also linked to another quote, which Plato will say, reality is the shadow of ideas. क्या लिखा है? An unexamined. By the way, ये question UPSC ने ethics में भी पूछा हुआ है. This question has already been asked in ethics also. So unexamined life is not worth living. What is the literal meaning of it? बताओ. What is examination of life? Okay, somebody has a purpose. You reflect on your life, introspection, etc. Yes. So this is one thing, that you need examination. So if somebody is only going for material pursuits, and if they don't reflect whether that is right or wrong, those people don't know the difference between the spiritual or idealist pursuits versus the mere material pursuits. And when he says is not worth living, he is somebody who's going to implement it in the real life also. He'll ultimately drink poison when he had the chance to scot free and go away. So the Socratic influence on Plato has also been asked. So here, again recapping, Socrates was the wisest man. Why was he very wise? Because he never claimed to be knowing everything. He said, I do not know. He set limitations to his knowledge. He used dialectics, which is seen in the works of Plato also. He wanted to make Athens an ideal state. Even Plato would want this to be done. Both of them and even Aristotle will be the critics of the sophists of those times. Okay? And his quote, an unexamined life is not worth living. Isko now I'll just explain it to you. And then you will understand all these 3 terms. That what is dialectics, what is metaphysics, and what is deductive reasoning. So, just keep in mind that, of course, we just saw unexamined life is not worth living. And second thing we also know, reality is shadow of okay. Now, what is the meaning of reality is shadow of ideas? Okay. अब देखो, in here I will have to again tell you a couple of things. यहाँ पे एक word use हुआ है metaphysics. What is metaphysics? Something which is beyond the observable, that is metaphysics. ठीक है, which is beyond observable. So, in the theory of Plato, we see the observance of metaphysics. Right? That he will say reality एक चीज है, but that is not the entire truth. उससे भी important चीज क्या है? The idea of reality. From the idea of core thing of reality, you see the truth. So here, before we explain this, just remember, you have Plato's theory of forms. Where there is a division of the word in 2 ways. There is a word of ideas. From this, you have something known as word of matter. Now, for example, if there is a concept of a human being, the idea of a human being, that is the word of idea, that is the supreme. In fact, this is permanent. Okay, this is going to be actual, real. Okay, whereas the word of matter is an approximation of this idea. Right? So जैसे let's say if we have an idea of a perfect apple, but in the real world the apple that you're seeing is just a reflection of this idea. So there is a dichotomy in the work of Plato. Plato says that जो भी आपको दिख रहा है, that is not real. There is an idea of it, and that idea is always superior. That is the ultimate truth. Okay? So then when he says reality, what you are seeing is the shadow of ideas. So whatever ideal form is there, reality what you are seeing is that. So when you see this question, we have to talk about theory of forms. Second, goes without saying, there is a huge Socratic influence in the theory. At the moment somebody says theory of ideas, something that is not observable, इसी चीज को हम क्या बोलते हैं? This is only metaphysics. Okay, so there is a huge Socratic influence. This is in fact the theory of forms, where there's a division of the word. And third, Plato explains it through something known as the allegory of caves. This is also a very particular example, that let's say if there's a cave and पीछे से light आ रही है, you are seeing your shadow on the wall of the cave. Okay, so for most of the people that is the reality. They think that is the only reality of the world. But for some reason, if they flip and if they move out of the cave, what would they see? They'll see a lot of light, and then they'll see the world is entirely different. This is what he's saying in allegory of caves, that the word that you are seeing to be true is nothing but the reflection of shadows. Right? And that is not true. In fact, while saying this, he is also criticizing the materialistic pursuits supported by sophists. He is also criticizing the decline of values in Athens. He wants Athens to be an ideal state. But during these times, all the people of Athens are only going for material. They are just, let's say, going for wars and wars. And in the process, they are losing. So when he says reality is the shadow of ideas, he is actually critiquing the preference of matter by the sophists to the preference for ideas. So core cheez kya hai? Again, this is why his theory has metaphysical elements. It goes beyond the real world. Right? So in this, these three things have to be there in our answer. Now, if there is any question of this sort, you have to contest it and criticize it also. Now, if I've mentioned these are the core arguments, for example, you'll introduce it, talking about this happens to be one of the core features of Plato's methodology. This is how Plato views the word. There is a Socratic influence. You explain the theory of forms, you mention the allegory of caves and what it talks about. That is the description of the question so far. But even then, it is not complete yet. Why? Because we have still not mentioned criticism. What would be the criticism of reality is shadow of ideas? Ideas differ, yes. Okay, ठीक है, we can say that. और कुछ? So whenever we talk about Plato, you directly start with the criticism of Aristotle. Aristotle has been a fierce critic of Plato, and it is also said he is one of the biggest disciple also, and is also critic. And that comparison also we'll see quickly. In this case, his comparison or his criticism is, Aristotle says that, number one, this duality or dichotomy is very confusing. Okay? So he critiques the Platonic, or I should say Plato's duality. And he simply says that ideas are immanent in matter. I-M-M-A-N-E-N-T, immanent in matter. It simply means both idea and matter are nothing but the same thing. So he says that metaphysics जैसी चीज नहीं है. There's nothing like metaphysics. What we want, what we are seeing is that is the only reality. So he's critical of the metaphysical element. Why? Because it makes the reality very abstract. If everything is now being contested. So his keyword is ideas are immanent in matter. Okay? Other than that, one criticism is of Aristotle. Second criticism or second thing that you can talk about, that the debate between what is reality is always contested. जैसे कि reality for Marx is different and reality for idealist is different. And Karl Marx says that same thing. Karl Marx will also criticize Plato and idealists. Why? Because he will say, if you simply think about ideas, ideas are not important, matter is more important. Karl Marx is a materialist. He will say about historical materialism. Yes or no? So here you can again, criticism can be related to Karl Marx. And again he can say, for example, the reality of idealists is nothing but false consciousness. Okay? So in two ways he can say, and again overall, we've also done postmodernists also. And the whole idea that reality can only be one finite thing is also contested. Postmodernists and in general, reality is a contested concept, that what exactly constitutes a reality. So depending on how much weight the question has, you can either have 1, 2 or 3 criticisms overall. And when you conclude it, how would you conclude it? Is question go. Reality is shadow of ideas. आपने बता दिया with introduction of Plato, you've explained everything, you've again criticized the idea, but then how would you conclude this? Reality is the shadow of ideas. अच्छा ठीक है, you can say reality is dynamic in nature, fair point. Anything else? Ideas important और कुछ? In fact, Aristotle's theory of form or Aristotle's conception of reality opens a new, let's say, landscape in normative political philosophy. Yes or no? What is normative? We have already done it. It is prescriptive. It is rooted in ideals. So before him, or again we can say the pre-Socratic or the word around him was rooted in material reality, and he gives a comprehensive assessment of what is reality and what is not reality. So overall, हमने किस तरह से देखा how his theory helped in the evolution of political theory. And we say how it helped in evolution of normative political thought. ये समझ में आ रहा है? ठीक है? And when you write, when I'm saying Socratic influence, so again you can link this part. Socratic influence, one is his idea of word, and other, of course, he uses dialectics to arrive at this. ठीक है? Before I move to the other part, there's also one more question. Let me just see how we think about it. So again, I'll try to keep this whole session very, let's say, organic. If I mention this statement, let's see what do we understand. Yes, we can also say philosopher king, and again idealism पे भी और भी आएंगे दिपेश. Fair point. अब देखो statement क्या है? All that is Platonic is Socratic. What do you mean by this? हाँ, इस question का crux क्या है? Again, so whenever we have to write questions down, here also, for example, we also know we have to think in this. ऐसा नहीं कि introduction heading लिखनी है. This is for our own reference. So here, few things we have to see. In this question, how can you introduce? ठीक है, अब देखो इसमें भी, for example, some of you sometimes have an issue. You can introduce by giving either the context. If you know the philosopher, so you can mention their book, etc., or anything related to them. And you can also, this is slightly difficult to do. a comparative introduction, but this is only dependent on some questions. For example, if I want to introduce Marxism or socialism, I'll do a comparative introduction. I can do, of course, a comparative introduction by talking about the ills or inequalities assured by liberalism. ठीक है, ये जब दिमाग में आपके क्लियर रहेगा ना, आप इंट्रोड्यूस कैसे कर सकते हो. बिकॉज समटाइम्स वी थिंक कि यार हम इंट्रोडक्शन रट डालेंगे, वील क्रैम एवरीथिंग, कि इंट्रोडक्शन की टेम्पलेट्स मिल जाए, कंक्लूजन की मिल जाए, मिल सकती हैं, पर पॉइंट है इन प्लेटो देयर कैन बी 10-15 टाइप्स ऑफ क्वेश्चंस दैट कैन बी आस्क्ड. हाउ मेनी इंट्रोडक्शंस विल यू रिमेंबर, right? So in this question, of course, the idea, core idea of this question, which you have to communicate to the examiner, is the huge Socratic influence on Plato. Yes? So here, of course, you can introduce both. You can talk about how Plato is a disciple of Socrates. You can tell about the times both of them had the shared concern of making Athens as an ideal state. Yes or no? और इंट्रोडक्शन में डोंट स्पेंड मोर देन 2-3 लाइन्स, 3 लाइन्स है काफी है, उसके बाद आप जंप करो. अब देन दिस इज द पॉइंट. नाउ व्हाट इज द नेम ऑफ बुक ऑफ प्लेटो? द रिपब्लिक. इन फैक्ट द सब टाइटल ऑफ द बुक इज कंसर्न्स जस्टिस. इट इज कंसर्निंग justice. Main thing is, so he has a lot of regard for justice. Now here you have to, so this part is done. Now you have to say why this statement seems to be correct. So you have to support the statement here that all that is Platonic is Socratic. Just core points सोचो, क्या क्या लिख सकते हो इसमें? What can be the core points that you can think of? Very important. ठीक है. So of course dialectics. In fact we can say the book Republic may all the dialogues that are happening are kept in mind having Plato and other people around them. So first is Socrates is the core pillar through which the conversation is happening, and how the conversation is happening is dialectics. Okay, so इसके dialectics से just ऊपर point होना चाहिए. In fact the core protagonist through which the entire discussion is happening happens to be Socrates. In fact, that is why it is said that Plato mourned the death of his master, but in doing so, he actually immortalized him. ऐसा भी statement बन सकता है, right? And how does he immortalize him? In all his works, you see the work of Socrates. You will talk about dialectics, and then you go one by one. So, सबसे बड़ा influence you see is in his theory of forms. Even his theory of philosopher king, his dislike for democracy, and overall, this is philosopher king. Why does he say that? You have to be a man of reason, wisdom, because there is a huge reverence also for Socrates, right? So here, why, for example, why this is knowledge very important. Where we have written about Socrates, यहाँ सारा, तो यहाँ पे wisest man, and again he says that knowledge is virtue, right? So this is one. So there is the philosopher king is a ruler who has knowledge. In fact, Plato is going to divide the world in 3 categories. There will be men of reason, men of courage, and men of appetite. And he will say it will be the men of reason that should ultimately become the philosopher king. वो idea आ कहाँ से रहा है? Socrates से आ रहा है. ठीक है? Dislike for democracy, that he does not want everybody to have a say in the rule. So he will even in fact say it is the elite, and let's say elite knowledgeable class of philosopher kings that should be governed to rule. कह सकते हैं? Anything else that, and overall again superiority of ideas. So ideas, they are superior to matter, huge influence on. Is this where I should end the answer? Structuring में देखो, हमने introduce किया, we have supported the core idea through 5 or 6 points. Each of them will have their own paragraphs, 3, 4 line each. अब बताओ, should we end the answer and conclude here? क्यों? अच्छा, in this case more than the criticism I will also refute the idea. ठीक है, कैसे रिफ्यूट करोगे, इस पे क्या लिखा है, ऑल दैट इज प्लेटोनिक इज सॉक्रेटिक. अब आपको क्या बताना है, यस, सो देयर आर एलिमेंट्स ऑफ ओरिजिनल थिंकिंग ऑल्सो इन हिम, प्लस ही ऑल्सो हैज अदर इन्फ्लुएंसेस, बोथ थिंग्स हैव टू बी देयर, राइट. सो बोथ थिंग्स, सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल मेन तो आपने सपोर्ट करा इसको, you can also counter the idea by telling both things. Plato exhibits original thinking and he also has borrowed from other people, not only Plato. And of course here you can talk about the influence of Pythagoras, etc., etc. And in the original part, what can you say? For example, his theory of communism, okay, and again he extends the education to women also, which is again very revolutionary, because during those times of Greece women were subjugated, so he in that sense also becomes to be very modern and very original. तो ऐसे सवालों में पहले देखो, this is how we will think about it. So whenever you write your answer in humanities, don't think that you are bounded by exactly what is asked in the question. In fact, the examiner will appreciate that after addressing the core demand, you also take a alternate view, or you also counter that question, and then you can conclude it. Conclusion क्या होना चाहिए? That yes, to a large extent, okay, या फिर you can say it is incorrect to say that all that is Platonic is entirely Socratic, because you also have original thinking, or original thinking in works of Plato, and also he is influenced by other thinkers. This will give you the exact, right, summary of what we've written. In original thinking, see, a lot of the areas are of course derived, but one or two ideas that I just spoke about, his idea of communism of wives and property, or I should say communism of family and property. Second thing is, what appears in Socrates as mere ideas, he will give them a systematic thought. For example, his theory of justice, right, is very comprehensive. Similarly, okay, again how he sees the word in terms of emancipation for women, he also extend that, although uska bhi criticism hai, wo bhi main explain karunga, that he is not entirely revered to be one of the first feminists, and there are two sides to that argument, that also we'll have a look at. theek hai, are we understanding how to think about these things, right? So my idea is, again, through a lot of PYQs only we will try to decipher it. वापस आते हैं, this is our, ये है battlefield हमारी, this is our navigation GPS chart, okay? So we were there in influence. If you have space, यहाँ पे दो चीजें अलग से लिख सकते हो. One was that unexamined life is not worth living. Second is reality is shadow of ideas. And third is all that is Platonic is Socratic. If you recall these three things, ये पूरा का पूरा part cover हो जाएगा आपका. Okay, so three things I'm giving you 20-30 seconds. If you have some space, write it here. Three things. One is, an unexamined life is not worth living. Unexamined life is not worth living. Reality is a shadow of ideas. और तीसरा है, all that is Platonic is Socratic. Ab, the name of the book, we've already seen what is the name of the book. And the title, subtitle of that is related to justice. So whenever you write about theory of justice, you can also just mention that it shows that why justice happens to be a very core architectonic notion in the work. Because book का subtitle ही है concerning justice. Okay, so that happens to be a core major part here. यहाँ तक समझ में आ रहा है अपने को? Quotes तो भी, couple of quotes we'll write later on. In fact, two of them तो हमने यहाँ पे लिखी लिए हैं. अब आते हैं the theories of Plato. Okay? Again, the moment I say theory of Plato, again try to recall what is the main core purpose of Plato. क्या है? Justice भी, but justice किसके लिए? To make Athens an ideal state. That is the most important purpose. Okay? And we also, He also has seen how the world suffers because of the rise of ignorance. When the people who are ignorant actually rule you, it leads to all forms of injustice. So which is why he tries to create a state. Okay, यहाँ पे चलो मैंने state नहीं लिखा है. Just add the state also here, because I'll also tell you about state also. Okay, good point Dipesh. बाकी भी the people online, if you have anything to contribute, कोई चीज़ ऐड करने की, you are more than welcome to do so. Now, theory of forms तो हम समझ गए. Theory of forms is totally, keywords क्या याद रखेंगे? It is metaphysics. अच्छा, one more thing, what is this deductive reasoning? In methodology, and class 1 या class 2 में पूछा था किसी ने मुझसे. Then I told you the difference between inductive and deductive. हाँ, we'll make something which is more particular in nature. ठीक है? So one thing is from universal to particular, other is from particular to universal, right? So for example, again I keep on giving this example. So in the morning, if I wake up, if I see the sun is rising in the morning, sun rises from the east. Again I wake up, again I see, again I wake up, again I see something that is universal, and from that I give a more particular कि हाँ, sun rises from the east in the morning. But what is particular to universal? कि आपने human behavior में कोई चीज notice करी, and on base of that you extrapolate the theory for the universe, right? So you have more chances of that having some issues also, because the particular to universal may not always be true. Although you can also say sir universal से particular भी जरूरी नहीं सही हो, true, which is why there are two forms of these reasoning. One is deductive reasoning and one is inductive reasoning. Okay, just a term you should know. Now यहाँ पे अब state है, education है, philosopher king है, justice है, all these are things are related. I'll tell you how. Okay, and even communism, all these things are related. ठीक है? तो इसको देखते हैं अब. So number one, for example, let's say this is a state. First thing to remember, for Socrates, for Plato, state is an organic entity. It means it is natural, it is desirable, it is not forced. Okay, so state is an organic entity. पहली चीज है. Now, for Plato, he will talk about in his state what should happen. And there is again, this question has already been asked. State is individual writ large. State is individual writ large. In simple terms, for example, let's say this is an individual. If this is getting magnified, this is a state. Okay? So the individual is the microcosm, the state is the macrocosm. Now, in state is individual writ large, again a couple of things to know, right? That it is the quality of individuals that determine the quality of state. Quality. So if you have good people coming together, the state will be good. State will have virtues. But if you have evil people, bad people comprising the state cannot also be good in that sense. State will also be bad. This is first basic understanding from this statement. Second thing which is very important to understand here is the continuity between ethics and politics. Now, for Plato, the question of good life and good political life are interrelated. In fact, they are one and the same thing. What is good life is good political life. Otherwise the conventional understanding is good life अलग होती है, good political life अलग होती है. And he then says ethics and politics should go hand in hand. This also is an idealistic influence. Machiavelli will go the exact opposite. Yes or no? What will Machiavelli say? Ethics and politics are not complementary. They should be kept very separate. So the question or good life and good political life here are inseparable. That is the claim he is making. Okay? Now, again, when the state is individual writ large, so एक और जैसे statement again I'm saying from Mill, that for example Mill says that no state can become big by dwarfing its own citizen. What is the meaning of this? Yes, okay. So both these things है कि whatever is the individual is doing at the bigger level state is doing. Okay. इस स्टेटमेंट में, इज देयर एनी प्रॉब्लम टू दिस स्टेटमेंट? कोई ऐसा इशू है स्टेटमेंट में? या इट लुक्स एब्सोल्युटली फाइन? अदर वे अराउंड मतलब? ठीक है, और कुछ? तो व्हाट यू सेइंग रेसिप्रोकल रिलेशन है. मैं पूछ रहा हूं ये स्टेटमेंट गलत है या इज देयर समथिंग रॉन्ग विद द स्टेटमेंट? ठीक है, और कुछ? देखो इसमें इश्यूज आई टेल यू, बाकी चीजें तो हम एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं, ऑल दैट इज गुड. इश्यूज इज देयर इज एक्सेसिव यूनिटी in Plato's conception of state. Everything has to be uniform. And to criticize that, I'll give you a particular quote or statement of Aristotle. This is something that you can always remember when you write about this. Authority of master is different than authority of statesman. Authority of master is different from authority of statesman. Now, this is by Aristotle. The moment you understand this statement, you will again get to know how to read this statement. State is individual writ large. अब Aristotle will make distinction. Aristotle पहले कहेंगे ये दोनों लोग अलग अलग हैं. Who is the master? In this context statement, master कौन होगा? Head of family. And statement simply for us is your ruler or your king. Right? When Plato says state is individual writ large, he also simply says that individual has to follow everything that state does. This of course is not incorrect. Okay, बहुत लोग this, if you talk about political obligation, because state here is organic, it is natural, it works for justice, everybody should obey state, कोई गलत बात नहीं है. But Aristotle says that he does not make the distinction between family and state. Now, first thing to remember, Aristotle says that कि family में सब अपने head of घर की बात सुनेंगे, ठीक? So there is not one family. Let's say this is F1 is one family, F2, F3. So state is not a family, but state is a family of families. In personal matter, authority of master has to be more. But in public matters, the authority of statesman should be there. So he makes a distinction between your public life, between your private life. But Plato does not make any distinction. उनके लिए क्या है? हर लोग को, हर फैमिली, हर इंडिविजुअल, everybody has to simply obey the state. Because why? State is individual writ large. So do you now understand the difference between the two? So अगर ये क्वेश्चन आता है इस पे, state is individual writ large. Issue is that in Plato's state there is a need for excessive unity. He does not recognize any difference between your personal life or the public life. Everything is integrated in one whole. That is the issue. So when you talk about excessive unity, criticize through the work of Aristotle. That Aristotle makes a difference between authority of a master and authority of a statesman. Are we clear on this? So master, head of family, head of family. So in a family or in the private matters, the authority of the master is more. But the family cannot meet all its ends by just being a family. So they would have to then communicate with other families or even obey the state. So in that sense, in public sphere, the authority of a statesman is more. So this is the main distinction between these two statements. Authority of master is different from authority of a statesman, number one. And second, state is individual writ large. Are we understanding this? Now, when a state is to be, agar state banana hai hame, if you have to make a state, it is also important who should rule it, who will rule that state. Now, Plato already has undergone and seen a lot of challenges in his life. Okay? So, now it will make sense to you, jo sari theories hain. So, state now we know. Now, all these theories, all four are interconnected. In fact, form is embedded in them, but all these theories, be it education, be it PK, be it justice, be it communism, sari interrelated hai. And we'll see how. So, whenever you see these theories, don't think these are different isolated theories. Okay? So, first, for example, there is a theory of justice. You have philosopher king. You have the theory of education, and you have communism. Right? Now, when I'm talking about Plato's theory of justice, again, please try to recall what is the core idea of theory of justice. What is the core concern of Plato? Making Athens ideal state. यहाँ से याद रखो. और ये core concern is valid throughout. Of course, you want to have justice. Second, he also knows what is state. So this means a just state will be comprised of just individuals. Unjust state will have unjust individuals. अब अगर ये हमें पता है, so when I say philosopher king, and then we'll make all the connections between the theories. We know who's a philosopher king, right? अब इसको समझने के लिए, again in the theory of justice, now what will Plato do? Plato will give, and we will see some keywords. Okay? उससे पहले, I'll just write down a term. Plato's myth of metals, or this is also known as the tripartite soul. Myth of metals, a tripartite soul. What is this? Just simply, this is men of appetite, men of courage, men of reason. Myth of metals, or this is known as the theory of tripartite soul. Okay? Ab. And this is how you'll see everything is linked here. Right? Plato has already given theory of forms. Plato has said state is individual writ large. So, ab reason jo hai, the people with wisdom, they are the ones who will become philosopher king. So here you will have men of reason. Now, philosopher king is, again, these are the wisest people. They are reluctant to govern. In fact, Plato says that philosopher kings should be the ones who do not want power. But if given power, they will not misuse it. They will only use for better governance. Right? They are reluctant to govern. Ab issue hai, and when these people come and when they rule, then what you will have? You will have justice. So, state is individual writ large, right? He wants to create a just state. How does that just state come into being? It is when it is ruled by philosopher king. So, abhi tak what we have seen, myth of metals, what is theory of justice, and to enable theory of justice, you have philosopher king. Yes? अभी फिलोसोफर किंग आएगा कहां से? थ्योरी ऑफ एजुकेशन. Okay, so again, while I do this in a lot of detail in the foundation class, all the different stages, etc., I'll tell you in very short form. This again, a lot of elements were borrowed from Sparta. Sparta में क्या था? Education was not compartmentalized. उसमें military training भी मिलती है. You get the knowledge of all the subjects. Okay. Now here what will happen? All the people are subjected to rigorous education, right? So पहला क्या है? From 0 to 6 years, then from 6 to 20 years, all of them are subjected to huge proper education. Then the men of appetite, they will drop out, but he subjects all the people to education. This I'm just telling you, more or less you already know that. I am more concerned with the analytical part of this. So descriptive part क्या है इसका? All the people, first of all, are subjected to education which includes multidisciplinary education, and second, it also includes military training, and many of these elements are from Sparta, borrowed. ठीक है? Now, the core objective of education is to have, and this is so rigorous, कि almost after 50 years उसके बाद जाके you will get philosopher kings. So after 20 years these people appetite drop out हो जाएंगे. अब courage and reason, इनके लिए भी you have a more extensive form, so from 20 to 35 also, and then beyond 35 to 50, a more rigorous system of education. So first thing is, this is very rigorous. Okay, this is also outcome oriented, and main thing is that through theory of education, first you want to create better individuals who value idea over matter. क्यों? State is individual writ large. इसीलिए मैंने एक सीक्वेंस में पढ़ाया आपको. State is individual writ large. You want to have a just society. How would you have a just society? Because through the theory of education, you will ultimately create your philosopher kings. And the philosopher kings are going to enable a just state. Are we clear till here? Now, a couple of keywords that you should remember when I'm talking of justice. These are some keywords that one can write overall. For example, justice in Plato talks about functional specialization. First of all, if you have this theory of myth of metals, everybody is doing a specific function. That is known as functional specialization. जितना ज़्यादा specialization होगा, every person will know what is their core role, right? तो ऐसा नहीं कि सब लोग एक ही काम कर रहे हैं. If everybody is doing the same thing, it will not help. He focuses on functional specialization through the theory of justice. That is also going to create a just order. अब ये क्यों है? Functional specialization will ultimately lead to harmony of souls. So that is also a very core feature. जब आप when justice will happen, not only is it good for the state, but for the individuals it is also good because it leads to harmony of souls. So then when it is said state is individual writ large, same thing. If you have a just individual, just state is governed better, and individuals feel harmony in their souls. So again, it's a forward and backward, both are linked here in this case. Both of them are being helped. That is the main cause. ठीक है? Okay. So functional specialization, there is a harmony of souls. That is one thing that we can talk about. इसमें भी I add a couple of words. अभी इसको रोकना. As we move ahead. So what is justice is clear to us. Plato's theory of justice. Okay. And in Plato's theory of justice, there is a very important role the philosopher king would take. Okay. अब philosopher king में just एक quote लिख लो. This is something we can say again and again. Until philosophers become king, until philosopher becomes king, there is no end. There is no end to the predicament of human life. There is no end to predicament of human life. ठीक है? In fact, this question can also be asked to you. Just think about it. ये statement लिखा है, इसको सोचो. Until philosophers becomes kings, there is no end to the predicament of human life. इसका मतलब क्या? How will you break this question down? People online, just a couple of statements also will work. Critique of democracy and also the critique of the existing times of Athens. So criticism of sophists, criticism of material world, criticism of ignorance of people, criticism of being ruled by ignorant people. और उसके बाद फिर आप बताओगे सारे virtues of a philosopher king. That becomes very important. तो सेम चीज है. और जब भी आप पढ़ो, जैसे अब आप देखो, अगर आप बताओगे philosopher king, you have to talk about justice, you have to talk about education also, and I'll tell you why even communism is important. Everything is linked in his theory. It is very logical conception of his he has given. ठीक है? Now let's quickly also see communism. He talks about communism of family and property. Any idea why? What's one reason? बताओ. ठीक है, इंटरफेयर करते हैं. एक्चुअली दीज आर अ सोर्स ऑफ करप्शन. ओके, अब देखो, अब फिलोसफर किंग की बातें तो बहुत बड़ी बड़ी हो गई, दैट ही इज द बेस्ट मैन, ही इज द वाइजेस्ट मैन, ही डज नॉट वांट टू हैव पावर, एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा. ओके, but how will you ensure that this person, by the way, Plato also says that philosopher king is even bigger and above law, and on this count also Aristotle will criticize him. Aristotle will say law is reason without passion. Okay, what is passion here? Passion is with humans. A person, howsoever is good, can also be prone to corruption. That is the view of Aristotle. In fact, he has a more realistic view. Aristotle will go for utopia. Plato will go for utopia. Everything has to be perfect. So, philosopher king even puts, so PK is greater than law. So, PK is above the constitution also. He is so wise. ठीक है? कैसे होगा ये? So, one, PK is from a process, a rigorous process of theory of education. Second, the people, so the guardian class here, in this case there is a communism, or let's say shared family and property. The reason is to prevent them from getting corrupt. That is the main core idea that he brings across. Okay, so this, why is this there, is to prevent corruption, so that these people are only involved and engaged in what is the most important, that is ensuring good governance for the state of Athens. Are we clear on this? So अगर क्वेश्चन बहुत बार आता है एजुकेशन पे, you have to link everything. These four theories have to go hand in hand, and उसमें भी the bigger core concern will always be what? Making Athens as an ideal state. Do you see a lot of idealism in Plato? जैसे idealism क्या हो गई? एक तो theory of forms है. Second, he says that there is nobody bigger than the philosopher king. He also says state is individual writ large. Okay, he creates a just state. So there is a lot of idealism which may not be very practical. For him, the best state, what is it? The best state is not democracy. What is the best state for him? Ruled by philosopher king. The best state is actually going to be ruled by philosopher king. ठीक है? Okay. Now here just a couple of lines I'll make you write. You can just write that. First लिखो, Plato presents the transcendental view of justice. Transcendental means it is going to transcend. So it is going to be above. तुम्हें पेपर चाहिए? अच्छा ठीक ठीक. Plato presents the transcendental view of justice. Put a dash and write, good life and good political life are inseparable. Good life and good political life are inseparable. Plato's theory of justice is rooted in right, functional specialization, proper stationing, functional specialization, proper stationing, दोनों keywords हैं हमारे. What is the meaning of proper stationing? Right people at right place. And when you have right people at right place, it will lead to functional specialization. Both these are keywords associated with the theory of justice. Okay. Then ये अलग से याद रखना, of course this both are linked. Theory of justice is linked to the theory of education. This we already know. This is something we'll know. अब बस एक heading लिखेंगे, Plato's communism, and just we'll see how is it different from Marx. Plato's communism versus Karl Marx. अब अगर ये सवाल आता है, let's say, idea is this, let's say the question to you is, Plato's communism is identical to Marx communism. Is that true or false? False. और अगर क्वेश्चन आता है, to what extent is Plato's communism related to Marx communism? कैसे सोचोगे? यही बिल्कुल similarities हैं और differences हैं. Okay? And this framework we'll see in some questions. So for example, how in this question you can simply talk about what is communism, right? क्योंकि question specific है इस पे. What is the meaning of communism here? Abolition. अच्छा और कुछ? It is again about shared ownership, collective or social ownership. Okay? Now, even if similarities are there, they are superficial. But main thing is the differences. What is the similarity? Is that yes, theory wise, yes, it is true that they talk about social ownership. So on a superficial level or on a definition based level, it seems yes, both are same. और इसी तरह से लिखना पड़ेगा that even though there are similarities, these are superficial in nature. These are not exactly same. Because yes, both of them have social ownership, but differences main है. क्या है difference? What is the difference? बताओ. सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट एक तो core concern, we'll see this. Means and ends. Now what is the core concern for Plato? And make Athens an ideal state. What is the core concern for Karl Marx? And reduce class antagonism. तो पहली बात तो दोनों का core concern is not the same. Second, There's a huge difference in the means and ends. When Plato says that he supports communism, his end is simply an ideal state. He does not support violence. It is very peaceful. It's a very ideal state. Whereas in case of Karl Marx, he would support violence. He will even say revolution. And he will say, Plato क्या बोलता है? There is a functional specialization and a harmony between the, let's say, different people also. He does not say that. For Marx, there is always class antagonism. The bourgeois and the proletariat are always destined to fight. They can never resolve their differences. This is not the same case of Plato. So there is of course similarity, but that similarity is superficial. But the main thing is there are more differences than the similarities. And third thing also, when I say differences, जो भी concept बहुत दूर दूर related है in terms of time, if they are very far apart in terms of time, one keyword we can always use is anachronistic. Anachronistic simply means they are far, far apart in time. Marx's conception of communism is modern, so during those times the values were also different. Plato ka time, Plato ka idea, Plato's conception is different. That is why again the similarities are superficial. We can also make this statement also. However, in Plato's case, when you talk about social ownership, while it is political, but even the moment property comes and ownership comes, तो वो भी economic हो जाएगा, right? So that is there. In fact, Marx, while economic is economic, but even you cannot neglect the political part also, right? So there is a lot of let's say interplay between both the statements. I hope you are able to get my point. ये समझ में आ रहा है? So the moment you see communism, see both the sides to it. All right? Now, let's go. फिर से आते हैं अपने GPS पे. अब till here we have seen theories etc. अब assessment की बात करते हैं. ठीक? Now, a couple of good things about him. First is Plato is the father of political philosophy. जल्दी से लिखो इसको. Just the keywords I'll drop. That why is he said to be the father of political philosophy? Plato is the father of political philosophy. अब इस क्वेश्चन में you simply have to prove one thing. Why? क्यों? Why would somebody be the father of political philosophy? ऐसा क्यों होगा? आप बताओ. Just keywords we need in this question. This question has also been asked. Main चीज़ है बताना पड़ेगा. He is the first one to do what? For example, Socrates spoke about ideas, but it was Plato who gave a systematic theory related to ideas, philosophy. So पहला point यही है. First to give the systematic theory of political philosophy. Second point, continuity between ethics and politics. Next, you can also write father of normative political philosophy. We know what is normative. Ideals, what ought to be. Next, अब वो specific point हो जाएगा Plato's theory of forms. Bracket में Socratic influence भी लिख सकते हो. Fourth point is Plato's theory of forms. That is more specific. Fifth point, emphasis on metaphysical elements in his theory. Emphasis on metaphysical elements in his theory. And last point you can is gave a comprehensive theory of, just write these terms, state, education, philosopher, king, justice. So he combined all of that in a systematic manner through a lot of writings, which is why he is said to be the फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल फिलॉसफी, इन्हीं सारे पॉइंट्स को एक्सपैंड करना है, पर इस क्वेश्चन में याद रखना पॉलिटिकल फिलॉसफी शुड बी द कोर. हाँ, तो वो तो इसी में आ जाएगा विद इन व्हेन यू एक्सप्लेन इट दैट हाउ डज ही डू सो. व्हेन आई हैव मेंशन्ड सॉक्रेटिक इन्फ्लुएंस, तो यू टेल it is through dialectics also. Main thing is he is the first one to systematize and bring this together, hence the father of political philosophy. Okay, एक और लिख लो यहीं पे, पॉजिटिव स्टेटमेंट है about Plato is all western political philosophy या western political thought is nothing but footnote to Plato. ब्रैकेट में white head. One more statement, write down. Plato is philosophy is Plato. Whitehead said things, all these is footnotes to Plato. ठीक है. दूसरा है रैल्फ एमरसन, प्लेटो इज फिलॉसफी इज प्लेटो. सेम आंसर रहेगा यहां भी. अब जहां पे निकली, वी जस्ट रोट एथिक्स एंड पॉलिटिक्स, बट आई टोल्ड यू दैट यू शुड देन एक्सप्लेन हाउ पॉलिटिक्स एंड एथिक्स आर इनसेपरेबल, दे आर इंटर रिलेटेड. तो जो की वर्ड्स है उनको आपको एक्सपैंड करना होगा. अब आ जाओ क्रिटिसिज्म्स पे. वी स्टार्ट विद द फर्स्ट वन, प्लेटो एज एनिमी ऑफ ओपन सोसाइटी. First of all, who said this? Who is Karl Popper? पहला keyword is inter-war intellectual. So he's not somebody who's very old. He's very new in fact. What is the name of his book? Open Societies and its Enemies. अब देखो, the moment you see this question, Plato as enemy of open society, so first you need to know what is an open society. Karl Popper, in fact you should know Karl Popper, Hannah Arendt, both of them are inter-war intellectuals. Okay, now a couple of things we need to know. In this question, first you should know this. Now Karl Popper, you should know, is a supporter of liberal view, liberal order. So he will say what an open society is. What is an open society? Batao. Individuals' rights are given primacy. So I'm writing individual rights, pehla point. It is supported. Then second point, ये keyword है, ये याद रखना. It is open to falsification. An open society is open to falsification. It means any assertion, any statement that is made, you can criticize it. You can, and science says that we can try to falsify anything. Opposite of science says that we accept everything to be true. We cannot accept anything which is criticism of this. So criticism or this falsification is also one of the core elements of an open society. Okay? Then in an open society you generally have slow, small, gradual changes, incremental changes. In an open society, again, rights are balanced. There is a primacy to rights, and there is a continuity between rights and duties. It is not that duties are too many and rights are too less. Hence the name, the society is open. Open society. Okay, अब why does he criticize Plato? Why does he say Plato is enemy? तो इस क्वेश्चन में पहले you have to tell what is open society, who gave this, Karl Popper, and he is a critic and he traces the roots of totalitarian thinking to Plato. Okay, now why does he say so? अभी तो हमने पढ़ा सब कुछ. तो few issue is, पहला when Plato says what state is. So what Plato does, he sacrifices individual for the state. Individual rights are sacrificed because state is the most important. So state is individual writ large, often leads to individual sacrificed, or the rights of individual sacrificed in the pursuit of state. मैंने just कुछ points लिखे keyword, so don't think that I've written individual has sacrificed the state. That is one thing. Second, Plato's system is closed. He has a closed system of thought. Second, it is not open to falsification. It is not open to falsification. Second, और यहाँ पे जैसे हमने बोला gradual changes, there is a lot of holism or a lot of radical changes Plato will go for. He will not support incremental. Plato will say पूरी की पूरी society आप overhaul कर दो. Everything has to be taken away. What this will mean, the society will not remain open. There is no proper communication also. Individual rights are being trampled. He has a closed system of thought. All of that is ultimately for Popper. That is why he is the enemy of open society. ठीक है? Is this where we should end our answer? अब इसमें भी you have to defend Plato, or I should say we have to criticize some part of Popper. Now, amongst all the critics of Plato, Popper remains one of the most staunchest critics. Right? In fact, I'll just tell you one thing more about Popper, his famous statement. You can be Platonic, anti-Platonic, but never non-Platonic. पहले इसका मतलब बताओ, then we'll come back to the next part. Right? So you would have said many times, you can either love me, you can either hate me, you can never ignore me. Saying that some ideas are so pervasive that everybody knows about them. अगर आप बोल भी रहे हो कि चलो मुझे ये idea नहीं पसंद है, but still you are saying ना, you are rejecting that idea. You are either accepting it or rejecting it, but you cannot ignore it, which simply says Platonic means most of the ideas that you see right now has the influence of Plato. Even Karl Marx, other people who reject Plato are still talking about Plato. So there are no thinkers who do not refer Plato. Right? So I can make the same argument that Whitehead says that entire Western political thought is nothing but footnotes to Plato, showing a lot of Platonic influence. Yes or no? Anti-Platonic में बस ये याद रखो, the people who have criticized him, it can be even Karl Popper. To some extent, it can also be Aristotle. It can also be Karl Marx. Karl Marx will criticize the idealist elements of him. All these things can be included in this. ठीक है? अब when you come, or when we come to the defense of Plato, first point, for example, Rajiv Bhargav says that Karl Popper's work is ideologically biased or ideologically motivated. Ideologically biased or ideologically motivated. ठीक है? This is by Rajiv Bhargav. He will come to the defense. Second, same argument we can make. This is anachronistic. That, first of all, the time of Plato, The ideas during Plato's times are very different. And Karl Popper is seeing it from an inter-war lens. अब तक तो बहुत, now see, liberalism is a very new idea. In fact, if you talk about liberty, equality, fraternity, French Revolution, and imagine 2000 years back, Plato is giving an idea. So to say that he's an enemy of open society is also not rooted in the right context, which is why he's also criticized for being anachronistic. Now you understand what is the meaning? That both these two ideas are not in the same span, not in the same manner. ये मानते हैं? ठीक है? Then again in his defense, what we can say, the goal of Plato was to create an ideal state. Okay? While his prescriptions of mechanisms can be very, let's say, complicated, but we cannot deny that he wanted to really create an ideal state. Okay? अब इसमें एक और है, जैसे same question can be twisted and asked. Plato as an enemy, one can be Plato as a whether Plato is a fascist, first fascist or the first totalitarian. उसमें भी same things will write. What is fascism? कल जिसने क्लास करी है वो बताएंगे. What were the core things about fascism? And main thing is, ठीक है buddy, but from this context, what makes us think that Plato is going to be fascist? बताओ. Rule of philosopher king. Yes, we saw. Excessive centralization of power, and the state is all too powerful. Remember what Mussolini said? Nothing above the state, nothing beyond the state, and nothing against the state. याद आ रहा है हमें? हाँ, but in that sense, these are actually far right. So they are very conservative. Okay? Second thing, when we say that he is a fascist, so there is extreme obedience that is going to be there. Extreme obedience. And in doing so, individual rights are going to get slaughtered. Okay? Same, if I say him to be totalitarian, similar arguments hai hamare. Society is not open for falsification. There is a lot of holism. He supports radical changes, closed thought hai. Individual is sacrificed in the pursuit of justice. So his justice is also very exclusionary. So this is what you can say, but in the defense, एक line लिखो, that point can be common across the points here. So you can write the similarity between Plato's theory and dash are superficial. अब dash में communism भी add कर सकते हो, open society भी कर सकते हो, fascist भी कर सकते हो, totalitarian भी लिख सकते हो. So the similarities between Plato's theory and dash are superficial, full stop, but the differences are fundamental. This is what you'll write in defense of Plato. Differences are fundamental, full stop. Both belong to different time and space. Both belong to different time and space. एक और लाइन लिख सकते हो. Popper's work between Karl Popper's work was criticized by Plemenarts. It was criticized by Plemenarts as badly worded and badly argued. Badly worded and badly argued. एक और लिख सकते हो, R.G. Hackforth criticizes Popper's work for not being neutral, criticizes Popper's work for not being neutral and caught in fascist paranoia. And then there's a particular book you can quote, Levinson in the defense of Plato. All these people are defending Plato, yes or no? Levinson in the defense of Plato highlights that if we are willing to look beyond, dangerous analogies. So he says that these are dangerous analogies who are comparing. If we are looking to look beyond the dangerous analogies, we find Plato as a man of deep integrity. We find Plato as a man of deep integrity. Plato as a man of deep integrity. ठीक है? अच्छा, in the critics of Plato, apart from him, what else do you remember? Other than Karl Popper, do you know anybody else who has criticized Plato? Aristotle, yes, definitely. Anybody else? Aristotle हुआ, Karl Popper हुआ. Anybody else apart from him? ठीक है? Any scholar, other work that you remember? Write couple of names. One is Ernest Barker. So these are other critics of Plato, just for your reference. Ernest, Ernest Barker. He is a critic of Plato. So here just write one line. Plato's theory tyrannizes. Plato's theory tyrannizes rather than liberates. Plato's theory tyrannizes rather than liberates. ठीक है? Now if we come back, enemy of open society, the first fascist or totalitarian, you know how to write it. First of all, you will tell what that theory is, why is Popper criticizing it, okay? तो क्यों वो valid है वो जरूर बताना है. उसके बाद पर we'll also criticize that theory and we'll defend Plato and then we'll give a conclusion. That is how you will write it. So first fascist हो गया, first totalitarian, enemy of open society. Then you last is the first feminist. What will you think and write here? Is Plato the first feminist? Here also yes, the answer is good to some extent. Why is he called as the first feminist? So he will extend the theory of education to women and he does not exclude women to be a philosopher king. If they go through the entire process, they can also become. So he first of all does not exclude it. तो जब आप लिखोगे first feminist, पहला line या पहला जो core चीज है लिखना चाहिए, वो होना चाहिए that in that Greek society, okay, so women were not seen as equals. In fact, they were subjugated. So when Plato gives them or allows them to go through theory of education and he does not exclude them from being a philosopher king, so in that sense he is very revolutionary. He is beyond those ideas. ठीक है? So when you mention that whether is he the first feminist or not, you have to emphasize उस समय की society के हिसाब से, based on that society's context, his views are very revolutionary. ठीक है? पर why is he not entirely a feminist? What is the core issue here? इसमें just एक line लिखो, feminism is only a means and not an end in Plato. What is the meaning of it? ये भी अलग से statement बन सकता है. Feminism is only a means and not an end in Plato. Feminism is only a means and not an end in Plato. बताओ. Yes, his main purpose was not just the emancipation or empowerment of women. So here इसमें just देखो that मतलब he has a functionalist perspective that women here serve a function in the society. What is that first function for him? To enable to help in finding the best ruler. That is one. To find the best ruler. But at the same time, he also subjects women to or communism of wives, family and property. So then how can we call him a feminist? Yes or no? So both things you'll tell. And this is an important line that for him, the women are means but not an end. Who said human beings are a means to an end? Means to an end. नहीं, मैंने बोला human beings are means to an end. Somebody said human beings are end in themselves. That is Immanuel Kant. Who would say human beings are a means to an end? इसका उल्टा सोचो ना. Who was Kant criticizing? Utilitarians. Greatest good for the greatest number, which goes against the concept of human dignity. ठीक है? हाँ बेंथम. Okay. यहाँ तक clear है? So with this we come to the overall end of Plato. पहला सवाल देखते हैं एक और. A lot of questions we've already seen, जैसे until philosopher देखा है, enemy of open society, Platonic, anti and non-Platonic. पहला क्वेश्चन देखो सबसे पहला. This is again a comparative style of asking you. Explain Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. So I'll take this question to move to Aristotle. ठीक है? सवाल क्या है? Explain Aristotle's critique of Plato's idealism. Write this question and then write the heading Aristotle. हाँ, आइडियलिज्म इस वाले केस में जैसे हाउ वुड यू डिफाइन इट, बताओ. ये क्वेश्चन देखो कंपैरेटिव है, ठीक है. इसमें आप बहुत अच्छा सिंपल बोल सकते हो कि एरिस्टोटल while being a great disciple of Plato ends up criticizing his master, and then you move into what is Plato's methodology. That Plato's methodology is rooted in idealism. Okay, so you'll explain what Plato is saying and then you will give the proper critique of Aristotle in doing so. इस क्वेश्चन में सिर्फ आइडियलिज्म एक्सप्लेन करके फिर आपको फिर से वही चीज बतानी पड़ेगी उसके बाद भी. तो आइडियलिज्म को आपको उसके बाद when you explain Plato's theory, you have to talk about what is the idealism in his theory, and then we'll see Plato's criticism, Aristotle's criticism in that. अब इसमें we'll make a similar kind of a map for Aristotle also. Before we do so, let's do a quick comparison between Plato okay. If Plato is an idealist, who is Aristotle? I can say he's more practical. Pragmatic, yes or no? Then, chalo, inki books, I'm just writing the name of the book here. Second point is books. Ab, Plato is radical. Aristotle is conservative. Okay, so he will talk about wide range of reforms, and that too very fast. He will talk more about status quo. Similarly, I can say he will go more in terms of golden mean. So what is best or utopia or perfect for Plato? For Aristotle, that is going to be best practicable. Best practicable. So for almost everything you will see that there is a difference between both these thinkers. Any other difference that you remember in दोनों में? हाँ ठीक है. One in terms of reasoning and logic also they are different. So Plato is deductive, Aristotle is inductive. Fine. और कुछ? ठीक है, चलो ठीक है, गुड पॉइंट. आइडियलिज्म के साथ ही लिख सकता हूं, पर चलो जस्ट फॉर अ सेपरेट सेक पॉइंट आई एम राइटिंग ही हैज अ नॉर्मेटिव अप्रोच, ही हैज अ एम्पिरिकल अप्रोच. दोनों में एक एक लिखो ब्रैकेट में. इन नॉर्मेटिव राइट फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल फिलोसफी फॉर प्लेटो, फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल फिलोसफी. व्हाट इज अरिस्टोटल? फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस, which is again rooted in his idea of observation. So he is the father of political science. Okay? There are more points. For example, एक और important point है वो लिख सकते हैं. Philosopher king is greater than law, and in this case we say law is reason without passion. Law is reason without passion. What is passion? अभी बताया था. What is the meaning of law is reason without passion? Just see both these terms, both these lines. आपको you will understand what is passion here. If I'm saying philosopher king is greater than law, and here I'm saying law is reason without passion. हाँ, that passion, anybody who's human can have passion, and it can even be a philosopher king. So he does not want a person to rule, he wants constitution to rule. That is why he says law is reason without passion. This is how the modern governments are run. They are run on constitution, because if you have a person, howsoever good they may be, there is always a chance they may get corrupt. You remember, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. all these things then are related. और अभी तो just differences start हुए हैं. Both of them differ on, for example, he says communism of family and property, he is against this idea. Aristotle will simply say family helps psychologically, it provides motivation. Same for property, he will say. And he says that Plato is highly idealistic. He does not know the virtue of having a family and virtue of owning a property. And that actually ensures balance in the society. अगर आप लोगों से उनके मोटिवेशन ही हटा दोगे and you just expect them to simply work and still not have enough ambitions for power, it is again only a utopia. So when we are talking of Aristotle, we are talking of somebody who is father of political science. He has extensively analyzed around 158 constitutions of the world, read a lot, and then he gives prescriptions. For example, based on specific regime, वो ये नहीं बोलता कि बस philosopher king का rule best है. He can say democracy is also fine, even oligarchy can also be fine. It depends on the context, on the nature of society. So because of that, he is extensive. He has done a lot of research. He has seen a lot of observation, right? Hence you call him the father of political science. ठीक है? Because this comparison is important for us to know. अब आते हैं सवाल पे फिर से. Aristotelian critique of Plato's idealism. Because this is a very good question to compare both these thinkers. Now, of course, you can introduce this question. I am more concerned with which points would you be taking in your body. Body में हम किन किन points की बात करने वाले हैं? बताओ. State is individual at large, but हर point पे आपको idealism दिखानी पड़ेगी, and you have to critique through Aristotle. So whatever point is there, yes. ठीक है, देखो, गुड, फेयर पॉइंट. सबसे पहले हम बात करेंगे अप्रोच की. बट कि अप्रोच में क्या डिफरेंस है. वन इज आइडियलिस्ट, विच मीन्स फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल फिलॉसफी, एंड वन इज, तो बोथ, पहली बात तो दोनों, द हाउ दे लुक एट द वर्ल्ड इज डिफरेंट, एंड देन थ्रू स्पेसिफिक आइडियाज वी विल स्टार्ट टू क्रिटिसाइज. अब व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट प्लेटोज आइडियलिज्म, Plato's idealism is heavily manifested in Plato's theory of forms. है ना? So I'm just writing two things. Who said, so there is a duality in Plato. Word of forms and word of matter are separate. But Aristotle says that, what does he say? They are immanent. Idea is immanent in the matter. वो उसी में fused है, उसी में है. So he discards. He says that. अब इसका meaning क्या हो गया? First of all, this is the explanation. He simply says that don't go into metaphysical reality. Reality is what you see. Metaphysical को he will criticize it. And he will talk about observable reality, because again, who is he? He is empirical in nature. He is not an idealist. So he will talk about observation. Then, if we talk about philosopher king and the rule by philosopher king, यहाँ पे same चीज लिख सकते हो, that for Plato, philosopher king was above law, but for Aristotle, law is reason without passion, because Aristotle knows that the idea that philosopher king is the best is also idealism or not. Okay, then the philosopher king when he is subjected, so for example he also again makes a distinction, जो statement हम देख ही चुके हैं, authority of master याद है, is different from authority of a statesman. He again criticizes the idealism that every family will only obey what the state is saying, and he almost removes the master. So he's saying authority of a master is different from authority of a statesman. Second, he says that you put philosopher king through communism, and even this is highly idealistic and more impractical, because for him property and family are very important. तो वहां पे भी he is critiquing the idealism of Plato, that you are making philosophy king such an ideal class who does not even need this. Is this also not idealism? Yes. उसके बाद again he will say, then in the form of government also there is a issue. For Plato will only go for the best form of government, but he will talk about that again society will depend on the context. There is nothing known as best, there is only best practicable. Yes or no? So इस question में we have to talk about all the idealism in different theories of Plato, and you have to critique and mention Aristotelian viewpoint. Is this clear? जहां पे हम ये भी लिख रहे थे, जहां पे हमने बुक लिखी है, जस्ट यहाँ पे जस्ट रिमेंबर दिस इज encyclopedic in nature, whereas this is more specific in nature. Plato will talk about everything. ठीक है? Here just remember, of course, you can link this to how is he a he was also an advisor, for example, to Alexander the Great. Okay, then in methodology, main thing remember is empiricism, observation, is a very core feature of him. He will put a lot of emphasis on it. अब यहाँ पे just here only because empiricism is mentioned, एक और क्वेश्चन यही कर लेते हैं. Write down, Aristotle is the father of political science. Political philosophy वो हमने पहले कर लिया है, and here only the keywords so that you remember. These are the points you will highlight. The father of political science. पहला point, he is a thinker of real world. He is a thinker of real world, bracket में not word of ideas. Thinker of real world, not word of ideas. Second point, focuses on empiricism and observation of facts and matter. Focuses on empiricism and observation of facts and matter. Third point, he uses a scientific methodology. Put a dash and then you can write empirical and historical analysis of revolutions. We'll also see his theory of revolution also. And comparative analysis, ब्रैकेट में लिखेंगे स्टडी ऑफ 158 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस, स्टडी ऑफ 158 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस, ठीक है, स्टडी ऑफ 158 कॉन्स्टिट्यूशंस. नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, the focus of his book Politics, the focus of his book Politics is specifically on political science, full stop. He says that life shouldn't be limited to philosophy. He says that life shouldn't be limited to philosophy, but should have practice. बाकी अगेन इन क्वेश्चंस लाइक दिस यू शुड ऑल्सो देन टेल, जैसे अगर हम बोल रहे हैं फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस, तो पॉलिटिकल साइंस के जितने भी कॉन्सेप्ट्स दैट वी आर रीडिंग राइट नाउ, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनलिज्म, रूल ऑफ लॉ, रेवोल्यूशन, ऑल ऑफ दैट ही हैज ऑलरेडी एक्सप्लेन्ड in a very proper manner. So then you write, first to give detailed understanding of foundational concepts, put a dash, सारे अच्छे चीजें लिखो, constitutionalism, citizenship, rule of law, study of constitutions, etc. All of this he gave, right? Last में then you can write, he defines politics as master science. Politics as master science as it organizes other sciences, for public good. और जब भी कोई ऐसा सवाल एंड करोगे, जैसे अगर इवन इफ यू एंड ऑन एरिस्टोटल एज द फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल फिलोसफी, उस क्वेश्चन में जाओ एक बार फिर से एक लाइन ऐड करनी है, यू हैव टू ऐड कंटेम्पररी रेलेवेंस टू दैट. So, who has Plato influenced? तो लास्ट जो लाइन आएगी उस क्वेश्चन में, तो you'll mention Plato's work has influenced the likes of, then like Leo Strauss, Plato में लिखेंगे Leo Strauss, comma Germino, या फिर Plato's work has influenced modern works of Leo Strauss. लियो स्ट्रॉस की हम लोग ऑलरेडी हमने देखा हुआ है पॉलिटिकल थ्योरी में, याद आ रहा है? व्हेन आई टॉक टू यू अबाउट रिसर्जेंस ऑफ नॉर्मेटिव अप्रोच, लियो स्ट्रॉस, जर्मिनो एंड जॉन रॉल्स. सो दिस टेल्स यू दैट हाउ हिज थ्योरीज आर इवन रेलिवेंट टुडे. ये लिखेंगे इन प्लेटोस एज द फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल फिलोसफी. नाउ यू कम टू फादर ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस. इसमें द लास्ट लाइन विल बी, his ideas form the foundation for अब this is a keyword I have told you but I am again writing it, civic republicanism. Civic republicanism, इसका मतलब क्या होता है? क्लास में बता चुके हैं, हम लोग देख चुके हैं. इन वेयर? पॉलिटिक्स. एंड हु ऑल्सो पॉपुलराइज दिस कॉन्सेप्ट? हैना अरेंट। दोनों ने क्या बोला? मैन इज जून पॉलिटिकॉन। So first keyword is this civic republicanism. Second you can write comma rule of law and modern constitutional democracies and modern constitutional democracies. मॉडर्न कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल डेमोक्रेसीज। ठीक है। On state, Aristotle gives a teleological view. फिर एक ये लिखो, state is prior to the individual. And then I'll explain to you what this means. जहां teleological लिखा है, what is the meaning of this? हाँ, पर्पस या डेस्टिनी। सो फॉर हिम द ओरिजिन ऑफ स्टेट इज इन द डेस्टिनी ऑफ मैन, दैट मैन ऑलवेज वांटेड टू बी रूल्ड अंडर अ स्टेट। इसको समझाने के लिए व्हाट ही विल टेल, जैसे व्हेन ही सेज स्टेट इज प्रायर टू इंडिविजुअल, ही विल टेल टू थिंग्स। वन, मैन इज अ सोशल एनिमल, राइट, व्हिच इज जून पॉलिटिकॉन। मैन इज अ सोशल एनिमल, जून पॉलिटिकॉन। ठीक है। अब इसको हाउ विल वी अंडरस्टैंड दिस? पहली बात तो ड्यूरिंग टाइम्स ऑफ प्लेटो एंड सोक्रेटिस दे सॉ अ ऑर्गेनिक थ्योरी ऑफ स्टेट। ठीक है। दैट स्टेट इज नेचुरल ऑल्सो, स्टेट इज डिजायरेबल ऑल्सो। व्हाट ही सेज दैट yes, state is natural and desirable, but state, to be under state, is in the destiny of man. So he gives a teleological perspective of state. First thing. Second, he said state is prior to individual. इसको समझो, मतलब according to him individual से पहले state आया है. Is that true? नहीं. But he says that, and he in fact explains that chronologically man has come before the state. Man came. So then he explains in these simple terms. So let's say this is man and a family. This is a village. This is a society. So immediate needs of man are met in a family, but family cannot meet all the needs. Other needs are met through a village, which is a bigger community, and others are met in a society, even bigger. However, in case of issues, hindrances, etc., you need state. So state again has a very positive role to play overall. So he basically states that is why state is prior to individual. अगर क्वेश्चन आता है state is prior to individual, one reason is it is teleological. Second reason is also ethical. Ethical reason क्या है? State helps in development of virtue. It leads to eudaimonia. Eudaimonia is happiness. इसमें just write down one particular line. The अलग से लिखो, एंड वो पूरी लाइन याद करना कि कोई भी क्वेश्चन एरिस्टोटल का होगा, यू ट्राई टू राइट इट. द थ्री कोर आइडियाज in Aristotelian thought are, the three core ideas in Aristotelian thought are phronesis. So three core ideas in Aristotelian thought are eudaimonia, that is happiness, yeah, prosperity. Second is arte, that is virtue or excellence through a golden mean. Virtue or excellence through a golden mean. You know what is golden mean? Something like a madhyam marg, okay? Not the extremes, but in between. It is also practical approach. And phronesis. Phronesis is practical wisdom. It is practical wisdom. ठीक है, वापस आते हैं. स्टेट की अगर बात हुई तो फर्स्ट आर्ग्यूमेंट फॉर द एग्जिस्टेंस ऑफ स्टेट इज इट इज टेलियोलॉजिकल. अब नेक्स्ट लिखो, स्टेट एग्जिस्ट बिकॉज इट इज नेचुरल. दैट इज व्हाई ही सेज स्टेट इज प्रायर टू एन इंडिविजुअल. जहां आपने नेचुरल लिखा इन द ब्रैकेट यू ऑल्सो राइट one he lives without state, yeah, one who lives without state is either a beast or a god. This also tells you that he is supporter of why man is a social animal. One who lives without state is either a beast or a dog. Oh, sorry, or a god. I don't know why this happened, but chalo. Next, please write this. Last is, so teleological is one. Ethical means you wrote it helps in developing of virtue. When you write virtue, you'll use the keyword arte, ARETE. Natural हो गया. Why is it natural? Because again, it is helping, and one cannot live without the state. As simple as that. ठीक है. स्टेट की बात हो गई. अब बात करते हैं हियर ऑल्सो टू थिंग्स विच आर कंसर्निंग इंडिविजुअल. we'll just mention it so that we remember. Both on family and property. Just write down, he criticizes the Aristotelian, the Platonic view. So he supports family also, he supports property also. ठीक है. तो यहां पे जस्ट यू कैन राइट प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी गिव्स अ सेंस ऑफ अचीवमेंट. प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी गिव्स अ सेंस ऑफ अचीवमेंट and gives the opportunity to do philanthropy. And gives the opportunity to, what is philanthropy? Charity work. If you have space, you can add notes. नहीं तो अलग पेज पे लिखो. अब we are keep adding what his thoughts are. Next, I'll take two concepts back to back. One is, ये भी separate आ चुका है सवाल. So first write his views on slavery. He has a functionalist perspective to slavery. What is the meaning of functionalist perspective? That slavery serves a function in the society. So he serves, or he gives a functionalist perspective to slavery. अब इसमें 2 or 3 small points we'll write. पहला है slavery is natural. ये सब वो he saying slavery is natural, and some men are born slaves. Slavery is natural, and some men are born slaves. अब ये फंक्शनलिस्ट पर्सपेक्टिव देगा So I'll tell you almost in 4 ways on which he justifies slavery. Okay, so just write down 4 ways in which he justifies slavery. अब पहला, slavery is good for number 1 the slave, then master, then society, and then economy. 4 things we'll tell. Slavery is good for the slave, bracket में कि he will develop virtue by serving his master. Develop virtue by serving his master. Second है, how is it helpful for the master? तो पहले हमने क्या देखा, it is helpful for the slave. How it helps the slave? How it helps the master? मास्टर को कैसे हेल्प मिलेगी बताओ? Yes, it frees up the time for the master, और जो टाइम बचेगा they can do more productive work. So more time to develop virtues for the master. For society लिखेंगे आप. Third is for society. पहले लिखा हमने for slaves क्या फायदा है, for master क्या फायदा है, तीसरा आएंगे for society. Just write, society gets services of men of reason. Society gets services of men of reason. And fourth, economy. Just write bracket में, slaves are productive because they're doing productive labor in this case. So on these fronts he justifies. So this is known as the functionalist or almost a common sense view, right? But for his theory he'll also be criticized. There is no justification to slavery in the modern day and age. Okay, so one is slavery. Next is his theory of citizenship. So we are covering almost all the aspects one by one, and this will be very easy to understand. Citizenship आ जाओ. Okay, अब इसमें first feel right keywords. Remember in our class on democracy, in deliberative democracy, we used the very first example of Aristotle, right? So in citizenship, he talks about civic republicanism and also deliberative democracy. That when citizens participate in the affairs of the state, in the public affairs, it leads to deliberative democracy. Yes? But the issue is that his theory of citizenship is very exclusive. Very few people actually are citizens here. So just write only man of property are man of reason. He believes that only the men who have property are the men of reason, and only they are given the citizenship. So he excludes it from women, slaves, foreigners, ठीक है, इन सब से, या older people are not given. Who are given? The men of property. And he says that these are men of reason. So you'll see this is kind of an elitist theory, that this is very restrictive in nature. Yes or no? Citizenship हमने लिखा. अब come to justice. तो अब justice, state और constitution साथ में करेंगे. All the three are linked overall. पहले तो just write a quote of his which is also connected. It is unjust to treat unequals equally. It is unjust to treat unequals equally. Bracket में लिखो, he links justice to equality. Next देखो, he says injustice is a cause of revolution. Next लिखो, he talks about proportionality. जैसे if you see, Supreme Court has given a triple test in case of right to privacy, etc. So there the court will say, for example, first what your action is. Let's say you are going for internet shutdown. Okay, so first it should be legal. Second, it should be serving the law, but it should be reasonable, and third, it should be proportionate. So in justice, there is a very important principle that somebody, let's say, has done a crime. Based on the type and the severity of crime, the punishment should be. What is that? That is proportionate justice. If the punishment is disproportionate, that also means injustice. ठीक है? तो यहां पे लिखो, he connects justice with proportionality. Put a dash and write, people get what they deserve in proportion to their contribution. बहुत सिंपल टर्म्स है, इन proportion to their contribution. ब्रैकेट में लिखो, इसी चीज को बोलते हैं डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिव जस्टिस. लिखो or harm done is restored. Harm done is restored. This actually means rectificatory justice. So we have seen three keywords here. Justice should be proportionate. He also talks about distributive justice. He also talks about rectificatory justice. कि जो भी harm हुआ है, if that harm is fairly restored, that is rectificatory. It also means the state should not go for revenge or vengeance. Okay? Did we write inequality is the cause for revolution? हाँ. And this concept has evolved. For Aristotle, this was one. In the modern states, it is very different. For example, especially in the rectificatory justice. If you say, for example, chalo, bulldozer justice hui. Okay, you know what is bulldozer justice? Okay, that is not also very extra constitutional. Yes, there's also a term that you also often see. In this case is of course capital punishment. Yes or no? अब capital punishment को बहुत बार criticize भी किया जाता है. That if somebody has killed and the state is also killing it, what is the difference between the two? Although the argument is also there, if these are very hardened criminals who have no scope for reform, and if you don't put them under this, and if you actually let them walk out in the society, they may actually cause more harm than good. Okay? But again, these are the principles that have been spoken about in times of Aristotle and have also gone through. Okay? Okay. So that is one. So rectificatory justice ये हमने लिख लिया है. Next लिखो. Just move to the next. Or just write a small heading. नहीं रुक जाओ. Okay. और in his theory of justice, you also link the three core ideas that we saw. चलो ये लाइन फिर से लिख लो. Aristotle's eudaimonia. In justice, again write Aristotle's eudaimonia. Aristotle's eudaimonia is not just attained by a few, is not just attained by a few, is not just attained by a few, but everybody can attain it through reasoned action . through reasoned action by the two keywords, right? Arte and phronesis. By arte and phronesis. Okay, then we'll talk about two concepts of his. One is what are his views on polity and what are his views in general on theory of constitutions. ठीक है, तो पहले लिखो theory of constitutions. Theory of constitutions. So first put a dash again. He studied 158. Just keywords लिखते रहो. He studied 158 constitutions. Bracket में through historical and empirical analysis. Historical and empirical analysis. अब ये जो दो points again, that is why I am making you write, because these are very specific in nature. So he will first of all go for a 6-fold classification like Plato. So he'll talk about different forms of government, but then we'll see how is he different from Plato. तो अब आपको 6 forms of government लिखनी है. So first write, he goes for a 6-fold classification similar to Plato. अब we'll write सारे के सारे लिख लो. monarchy, tyranny, 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 aristocracy, oligarchy, polity, and the last one is democracy. ओके अब जो सेकंड लाइन है ये आप एज इट इज लिख सकते हो. ऑफ कोर्स एक दो बार यू हैव टू रीड इट वंस. व्हाट डज दिस लाइन से? देखो, फॉर प्लेटो द आइडिया ऑफ जस्टिस इज ट्रांसेंडेंटल एंड फॉर प्लेटो अमंगस्ट डिफरेंट फॉर्म्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ओनली वन फॉर्म इज द बेस्ट, विच इज अगेन रूल्ड थ्रू फिलोसफर किंग. बट ये बोलेंगे दैट दिस विल डिपेंड ऑन द काइंड ऑफ पीपल हु आर लिविंग इन द सोसाइटी. सो दिस इज गोइंग टू बी कॉन्टेक्स्ट स्पेसिफिक. Second, he says that in the pursuit of best form of government or best form of constitution, you may end up actually missing out on a practical form of constitution. ठीक है? So here just write one line. Unlike Plato, he does not dismiss all constitutions as inferior. He doesn't dismiss all constitutions as inferior in the pursuit of, ये पूरी लाइन अंडरलाइन करो, in the pursuit of a transcendental idea of justice in state. Transcendental, you know what is the meaning of this? That again it is not there in the real word, it is there, it is transcending and going in the word of ideas. In a transcendental idea of justice in state, full stop. Rather, he looks for immanent idea of justice. He looks for immanent idea of justice. He looks for immanent idea of justice. ठीक है? अब इसी में when we writing constitutions एक मिनी हेडिंग लिखो, polity. Right? This is Aristotle's most practicable state. Polity is Aristotle's most practicable state. put a dash here, here, reason operates without passion and desire. Here, reason operates without passion or desire. So first point about polity is this only, that reason operates without passion or desire. Second point लिखेंगे polity में, and this is also where he is very different from Plato. Plato disliked democracy. Plato disliked the rule of middle class. He will say the rule of middle class is better. Why? It is not in the extremes. It is not oligarchy, the rule of elites, and it is also not the rule of the people who are very disadvantaged. Okay? So second point, it is the rule of middle class who are the law-abiding men with reason. Who are the law-abiding men with reason, with direct stakes in stability of system. With direct stakes in stability of the system. Last देखो, ये भी when you have to write about polity, right? It is the golden mean of polity is the golden mean of oligarchy bracket में rule of rich, oligarchy bracket में rule of rich versus democracy and democracy bracket में rule of poor. So we have used this term golden mean also. We've used two other forms of government. So that is how you will write it. Okay. Last लिखेंगे point. For Aristotle, only in polity. For Aristotle, only in polity can reasoned action take place. For Aristotle, only in polity can reasoned action take place. ठीक है, अब यहां पे फिर से I want to add a particular comparison. So we'll again see how republic and politics are different. तो इस क्वेश्चन में लास्ट में if you have space and time, you can also compare both. That what Plato aspired for and what Aristotle aspired for. So just write Plato's republic prefers philosophical abstractions and rule of PK, philosopher king. Whereas Aristotle's polity has a leader having pragmatic bent of mind. Polity has leaders with pragmatic bent of mind. ठीक है? Now, because we have seen so many constitutions, related to that, he also gives one more theory. और ये theory अभी भी valid रहेगी. Even if you see the revolutions in the recent regimes, you see this to be valid. Why? Quote here is, inequality या injustice is the cause for revolutions. inequality या injustice anywhere injustice anywhere is the cause of revolution. Now Aristotle in his study will give you some general causes and he'll also give regime specific causes. General cause and regime specific cause. अब दोनों को I'll just tell you what these are. General causes में लिखो inequality, corruption, lack of governance, internal rivalries, कर सकते हो पर यहाँ पे the more general causes we'll see that transparency and accountability are keys of good governance. तो उसका opposite, right? So we've seen अभी क्या क्या बोला था? Inequality, corruption, lack of governance, internal rivalries, and last is influx of foreigners. All these are general causes. Influx of foreigners. Then you go to specific causes, yeah, regime specific. So here just dash that he gave regime specific causes for aristocracy, monarchy, democracy, etc. So he's given general also and he's given very particular cases also. एक और लाइन इंपॉर्टेंट है that he doesn't prescribe revolutions but sees them to be inevitable. There's a huge difference. He does not prescribe revolution but he sees them to be inevitable. ये होना ही है. And last point overall, that he also prescribes solutions to check the spread of revolution, which simply is to work on these causes. Na? Don't have inequality, reduce inequality, reduce corruption, better governance, etc., etc. Okay. So I'm just giving you a question, ठीक है, so that थोड़ा सा आप लिखो भी on the spot. I'll give you some 3-4 minutes to think about it. ठीक है, question will be on Aristotle based on what we've read only. उसी पे सवाल बनाएंगे, ठीक है. चलो ये लिखो Aristotle. This is a question. Aristotle is a status quoist. This is not a PYQ, but I am asking you. So Aristotle is a status quoist. Analyze this statement in the context of his theory of revolutions. analyze this in the context of his theory on revolutions. 3 minutes I'm just giving you. Just basic points जो दिमाग में आ रहे हैं, आप क्या सोच रहे हो वो लिखना है. People online also, if you are thinking out some points. So let's talk about this one. Online, I'll just see if somebody's written a point. Any point that comes to mind for the people online? Is question ko, first of all, what are the core things that you're thinking? No sudden change. Introduction, ठीक है. I know you'll introduce it. You'll talk about, let's say, how is he a conservative, etc. अब क्वेश्चन में एक पॉइंट ये कह रहा है, he is a status quoist. And the same question में बोल रहा है revolution है. Okay? So you have to first say whether is he a status quoist or not. Is he a status quoist? He is a status quoist. How can we say he is a status quoist? Aristotle की बात हो रही है, not Plato. Anybody else who just wants to? How will you support this idea that he's a status quoist? ठीक है, रूल ऑफ लॉ. इनफैक्ट रूल ऑफ लॉ इज गोइंग टू एंश्योर दैट रेवोल्यूशंस डोंट हैपन. ठीक है, देखो तो स्टेटस कोइस्ट का मतलब क्या है. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू हैव टू शो वेयर ऑल ही इज अ, कहां कहां पे कंजर्वेटिव है. तो वेयर इज ही कंजर्वेटिव. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, डज ही अबॉलिश स्लेवरी, जो चल रहा है वो चलता जा रहा है. इवन फॉर सिटीजनशिप वी सी ही इज like that. So he is status quoist. He does not want a radical reform in the order. So you have to first of all explain what is status quoism in this case. That it is being conservative and you don't want a particular change in the social structure. Right? So he again does not advocate for people to be going through education and a new philosopher king is to be created. He believes in the wisdom of the middle class. Because that is the golden mean between what? Aristocracy and democracy. Yes or no? तो वो points पहले आप explain करोगे. Then when you talk about it, so first is general points on why is he status quoist. But then core of the question is theory of revolution. Now when you explain theory of revolution, you have to say that Aristotle always emphasizes on constitution, on rule of law, and as much as possible, in fact he gives prescriptions to the state to avoid the revolution. How can state avoid revolution? बताओ. If the state minimizes inequality, reduces corruption, जो सारे issues देखे, तो इस क्वेश्चन में अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन करोगे that he gives general issue also and he gives regime specific issue also. वो क्यों बताता है? So that if somebody reads it or if somebody wants to know, they can stop the revolution from happening. This also supports the idea that he is a status quoist. तो मैक्सिमम क्वेश्चन में आप इसको बोलोगे. प्लस यू कैन ऑल्सो से his theory of revolution is very different from somebody like Karl Marx. Marx की theory में revolution is the complete overthrow of the social order and the state. पूरी तरह से आप सब कुछ radically change करोगे Marx के केस में. So in Marx what is happening is complete overthrow of the social order. He will talk about a stateless and a classless society. So Marx can never be a status quoist. Marx will be in that sense radical. अब हमने क्या करा? We have compared Aristotle with somebody else to give a more clarity to our answer. Revolution इन्होंने भी बोला, revolution उन्होंने भी बोला. This again you can use to prove that how is he a status quoist. Third point that we can also add. So one is we will say how is he conservative, ये पहला है. दूसरा we will explain the theory of revolution अच्छे से, talking about general causes, regime specific causes, and we'll say that he will always want that prescriptions and solutions are adopted so that revolution can be stopped. Yes or no? His main thing is to stop the revolution, and he is different from other thinkers like Karl Marx, whose revolution by in its definition is very radical, which speaks about complete overhaul. However, अब जो एक last एक और argument बनेगा वो that Aristotle is pragmatic. He understands that change is the law of nature. Nothing is permanent. So why जो हमने statement लिखा था in our description that he does not advocate for revolution, but he also knows revolution is inevitable. That अगर जरूरत पड़ी या फिर ultimately revolution होगा ही होगा. So he never advocates for revolution, but he also does not shy away from accepting that revolution can be a possibility in the future. Which also shows that he is very matured and has a very pragmatic perspective. Right? That in many instances, even when the state knows that there are inequalities, state is not able to take care of the people. Are we able to understand how to write this? So, char part. One is explain how is he a status quoist, conservative in normal sense. Don't spend too much time here. Spend major time on his theory of revolution, and then even say regime specific, general. फिर बताओ और compare. This is a compare. This is where you will get 1 mark extra. Comparison कहीं पे लिखा नहीं है. You have to compare. But if you compare, you will always get marks. In fact, if this is the 8th class, आप लोग इतने टाइम से जो कर रहे हो classes, जब भी मैं मार्क्सिस्ट या लेजिटिमेशन क्राइसिस कोई भी चीज बोलता हूँ, आई ऑलवेज कंपेयर विद समथिंग एल्स. कंपैरिजन गिव्स द इंप्रेशन टू द एग्जामिनर दैट यू आर वेल रेड. यही इंप्रेशन देना है हमें, यस और नो? and he's going to judge us only through our copies. ठीक है? तो जहां भी पॉसिबल है, अगर प्लेटो के बारे में लिख रहे हो तो कहीं ना कहीं bring Aristotle. हॉब्स के बारे में लिख रहे हो, bring Locke somewhere. Both are social contract theorists. If I'm talking about Gramsci, I'll again talk about Marx. Right? If I'm talking about Hannah Arendt, I'll again bring Aristotle. I'll also bring the roots of totalitarianism, etc., etc. So this is a habit that you have to develop. Okay? Let me see if somebody has any point to contribute. अच्छा, कोई specific point तो अभी किसी ने नहीं बोला है. ठीक है, चलो, okay. यहाँ तक समझ में आ रहा है? Okay. अब से when you now see, now all these things which I was drawing are all, I've already drawn them. For the initial two, and Aristotle and Plato take more time, and from now on, of course, it will take slightly lesser time. ठीक है? You guys want a break अभी या after 15 minutes? अभी? चलो ठीक है, we'll take a break now. Okay? अभी हो रहा है, I think it is 1, exact 1:30 पे मिलते हैं. Half an hour break. Okay? Because from 1:30 to the next part, then we have to cover all the other remaining thinkers. Okay? Okay, so welcome back, all of you. People online, are you here? Now we are starting with the other thinkers, starting from Machiavelli. चलो शुरू करते हैं, ठीक है? So let's talk about Machiavelli. And when we talk about Machiavelli, so we will see what is the methodology, what is so unique about him, right? There are many things which are very unique, and then we'll also do the comparison of Kautilya as well as Machiavelli. In yesterday's class we had already done Kautilya and Arthashastra in a lot of detail. आज फिर से comparison देखेंगे, ये चीज clear हो जाएगी, okay? तो start करते हैं हम लोग. Now, ये जो framework है, we'll follow the same framework, and there is a huge departure in between Socrates, Plato, and what Machiavelli is saying. When I say Machiavelli, what comes to your mind? Something who is evil, okay? Power politics. अच्छा, thinker of Renaissance, child of his times, etc. ठीक है? अब, what was the core concern of Machiavelli? He is giving advice to Prince, the name of the, what is the name of his book? Prince, ठीक है? So he wants, or he has seen Italy. So there is a rule of the church, and because of that, the sovereignty of the state has been compromised. And he has seen decline specifically of the area of Medici. So main here, his concern is also to ensure that Italy is governed for the better, and he tries to give advices to the prince. Which is why it is said that I should add here, नहीं तो चलो मैं book का नाम यहाँ लिख रहा हूँ, The Prince, and it is again regarded as one of the best books on statecraft, right? Now, his methodology is very unique. So he will use the historical approach. So he will do the assessment of history, and then he will try to prove the human actions, okay? And talking of assessment of history, here you can just write down history वाले में एक line, which is again very synonymous with Machiavelli. You can write history and politics. History and politics are better guides to prince than philosophy or ethics. History and politics are a better guide to prince than philosophy or ethics. So directly he is almost against the idealist thinkers, yes or no? Then he is a realist thinker, in the sense for him politics is about the struggle for power. So we will use all these terms, that he's a realist, okay? Uses a historical approach. He is also empiricist. इस पे keyword, इस पे put a star mark. This question has been asked by UPSC. He is an empiricist. अब जहां आपने empiricist लिखा, just quickly write down the question. I'll tell you the core points of that. ये question है. Explain how Machiavelli's application of empirical method to human affairs marks an important point in the evolution of political science. पूरा का पूरा चाहे मत लिखो, just write down Machiavelli's empirical method. I'll make you write down 3-4 points. So from the methodology also the question is made. That is why जो mind map कर रहे हैं, that is very comprehensive. That gives you an idea across all these major parts. ठीक है? पहला पॉइंट इसी में, डिपार्चर फ्रॉम नॉर्मेटिव आइडियलिज्म. Put a dash and write what ought to be versus what is. ये पता है ना हमें? So he starts with a departure from idealism. He talks about what is, है ना? It is different from what ought to be. What is what ought to be? Idealism. That is normative idealism. First point. Second, observation based analysis. Observation based analysis from Roman history and Italian city states. From Roman history and Italian city states. Third point, centrality of power. Centrality of power. Put a dash. He studied power dynamics throughout history. So how one acquires power, how one loses power, सब कुछ पढ़ा उसने. He studied all of that through the empirical method. Fourth point is something we already know, but I'm again repeating it. Aristotle Plato ने क्या बोला? Ethics and politics will go hand in hand. He will say ethics and politics are separate. Fourth point, that is why he is more empirical. Separation of ethics and politics. And जो भी मैं keywords बोल रहा हूँ, all of this can be expanded into their own respective short paragraphs. And last, we can write foundations of modern political realism. Foundations of modern political realism. Put a dash and write influenced later thinkers like Hobbes, comma Morgenthau. Where do we read Morgenthau? In realism. So we'll see him paper 2A. ठीक है? And made real politic Politik, made real politic a legitimate subject of political inquiry. He made real politic a legitimate subject of political inquiry. Why I specifically took this question? Because generally in Machiavelli, you may not have enough content to write on this. Empirical method, how does it help in evolution? So we have also added the contemporary relevance, where you have linked it to Morgenthau. उससे पहले departure from normative idealism, how he has analyzed the city states, historical analysis, empirical analysis, all of that is contributing to this. So now when we go to our mind map, हमने basic introduction देखा, हमने देखा methodology, he is empirical. Now you have 5 points for at least how he used the empirical approach. He has his historical approach. What quotation did we write? फिर से तेज थोड़ा और. हाँ, history and politics are a better guide to prince than philosophy or ethics. Third, he is a hardcore realist. For him, politics is all about the struggle for power. Yes or no? ठीक है. अब आएंगे his view on human nature. His view on human nature. अब देखो, you may have heard about Machiavelli's view on human nature. Is it good or bad? Bad, pessimistic view. He will say that man by nature is fickle, okay, selfish, egoistic, avaricious, greedy, all of that. And he again has a very pessimistic view of human nature because he has seen a lot of crisis in Italy. Yes or no? Similar pessimistic view we will also see in Hobbes. इसीलिए बहुत बार बोला जाता है a thinker is a child of his times. Now, when we're talking of prince, during those times you have feudalism, and the church was all powerful, and it is almost going to be the time which then will be followed by Renaissance. So in that sense, Machiavelli is standing or very close to being a modern thinker, although he's not entirely modern, right? But Machiavelli spoke about strict separation between religion and state. So in that sense, he lays down the foundation of secularism. Yes or no? तो अभी for Machiavelli, first of all, पहले तो समझता है how is a human, and based on it he will give proper advice to a king, that because human nature is fickle, selfish, egoistic, avaricious, greedy, so the king while dealing with his own subjects and people outside should be very practical. King should not be thinking what ought to be. King should be thinking about what is. Yes or no? What ought to be versus what is. That is again a core debate that we understand from his analysis of human nature. Okay? So human nature में just maybe 1 or 2 points you can write. That he presents the ideology of emerging capitalist class during Renaissance. Emerging capitalist class during Renaissance. ठीक है? If you've not written, तो लिख लो फिर से जो terms हैं, fickle, avaricious, egoistic. Okay, and just then write men love at their own will. Men love at their own will, but fear at the will of prince. Fear at the will of prince. When I tell you about his advice to prince, I'll again explain this point more. Right? So main core point is that he wants to advise prince based on the real understanding, according to him, of human nature. That is why he divorces ethics from politics. That is why he's not going into too much of values and ideals. He will say that the world and the people, they care about property, they care about their own selfish interests. So we'll rule them just like that. Okay? Then this heading, prince, right? Prince पे आते हैं. So prince for him is both a political entrepreneur and also a political realist. So first you can write prince is called the best manual. The book is called the best manual on statecraft and best manual on statecraft and governance. On statecraft and governance. पहला point है political entrepreneur. Okay? So he simply says that, in fact, he is advising not to somebody who has inherited, ये जो hereditary power है. His advice is to a political entrepreneur, anybody who deals or wants to capture power. His advice is to that person. So here just one line you can write. A political entrepreneur here is not a hereditary monarch. A political entrepreneur here is not a hereditary monarch. Full stop. The prince should have the properties of both fox and lion. The prince should have the property of both fox and lion. What is the meaning of both fox and lion in this case? Reason and courage, both these properties have to be there. So prince has to be both foxes and lion, or be like fox and lion. This will again get covered, फिर से यहाँ पे हम बात करेंगे. सेकेंड है पॉलिटिकल रियलिस्ट. नाउ पॉलिटिकल रियलिस्ट का इंटरप्रिटेशन क्या है, दैट यू शुड अगेन नो. तो पहला है एथिक्स एंड पॉलिटिक्स आर सेपरेट. फर्स्ट इंटरप्रिटेशन इज एथिक्स एंड पॉलिटिक्स आर सेपरेट. Second is he puts ends above means. Machiavelli puts ends above means. And puts state's glory above all. Puts state's glory above all. Okay, so main thing is ethics and politics are separate. दूसरा क्या हमने बोला? There is means and ends are different. In fact, ends are more important than the means in this case. Okay, whatever means you are doing, it can be compromised. कोई issue नहीं. You have to ensure the glory. That is the main key aspect for Machiavelli, and again that is why it's also sometimes criticized. In fact, Gandhi would also criticize him for this part. Gandhi says what? And है ना, अब जहां भी ये रियलिस्ट लिखा है तो ब्रैकेट में कहीं भी देखो कंपेयर विद गांधी, बिकॉज गांधी सेज कंटिन्यूटी बिटवीन एथिक्स एंड पॉलिटिक्स. ठीक है, अब आ जाओ ये सारी चीज. नाउ दिस विल बी डेल्ट इन मोर डिटेल हियर बिकॉज दिस इज वेयर वी टॉक अबाउट द एडवाइसेस बीइंग गिवन. तो मैकियावेली एडवाइसेस, सबसे पहली चीज है पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ रियलिज्म. वॉट एवर वी हैव रिटन अबव फॉर पॉलिटिकल रियलिस्ट दैट इज ट्रू, बट नाउ अ कपल ऑफ लाइन्स एक्स्ट्रा वी विल राइट. सो पहली चीज है यू हैव टू हैव द पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ रियलिज्म. दिस सिंपली मीन्स दैट आइडियलिस्ट क्या सोचते थे कि एक ट्रांसेंडेंटल व्यू है जस्टिस का. For them there is nothing transcendental, everything is materialist. तो जहां पे हमने methodology में empiricist, historical, you can also write he is also a materialist, and materialist in sense of power. He is also expansionist also. He will support sometimes the wars etc. to be there. So he is a hardcore materialist. So in the first politics of realism में first thing already we know what ought to be versus what is, that you know. Then there is no transcendental reality beyond self interest. So this he's again locating this to human nature. Human nature is selfish, people only think about themselves. So here also he's saying that your realism should not be rooted in otherworldly things. It should only be rooted in self-interest. For a king, the self-interest is glory or a good rule of the country. That is the first part here. Then he values national interest. He values national interest. Values national interest and argument of power in politics. He values national interest and argument of power in politics. अब आते हैं politics of power पे. अब here I'll connect to a lot of quotes that you would have read about Machiavelli. पहला लिखेंगे he advocates hard power. In politics of power, the first thing we'll see is he advocates hard power. In hard power, we'll write, it is better for a prince to be feared than loved. It is better for a prince to be feared than loved. And जो ऊपर अभी कोट लिखा, पीपल लव एट देयर ओन विल बट दे शुड फियर एट द विल ऑफ द प्रिंस. व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ दिस? The meaning here is, see, between love and fear, fear is an emotion rooted in self-interest. When you feel that your life is not, or your life is in danger, then you will directly obey somebody. That is why he says state should also use power, in the sense that it also commands obedience also. So a king which only does good things, only welfare, versus a king who's sometimes harsh and takes strict and strong steps, that king is, let's say, feared more and hence respected more. Same, he also extend the argument to outside, that if you have hard power, you will be respected by other, let's say, states also. Okay, and एक और point है, he suggests the rare use of merciless coercion. अब इसमें what is the rationale? He first says that don't attack at the first instance. He does not say go for violence, but he says if the condition is so bad that if you have to choose coercion or violence, you have to attack and hit so hard that you automatically or almost completely annihilate your enemy. उनको फिर ना ही कोई दूसरा चांस मिले, क्योंकि अगर if this happens, then he says revenge is the purest emotion. अगर आपने किसी को हिट किया and then after some time they can recover back up, you will then live in perpetual fear. Then when will they attack? Well, this is again something that is also seen in the conventional wars also, that if you have to have a preemptive strike, you have to strike so hard and so deep that the second person has to think many times ahead कि अगर हमने फिर से इन पे अटैक किया retaliation में, तो they may now attack us even harder. That is the idea of merciless coercion. So here you can write put a dash, inverted commas में, as violence engenders resistance, as violence engenders resistance, either there should be no violence, or enemy should be annihilated. Enemy should be annihilated. Enemy should be annihilated with quick, merciless violence. ठीक है? Now we come to his politics of authority, and this is also where you will see Machiavelli being very pragmatic. So Machiavelli simply says that if the king is an atheist or does not believe in religion, he still should give equal protection to religion. Why? Because the church authorities, etc., they have a very important symbolic presence, right? And from that the king will also get more authority. In fact, here I'll also quote Voltaire, who said that if God didn't exist, we would have to invent him. Okay, just so as to ensure the people again have more obedience. So अगर just in simple terms, if the king is very vocal against that, वो बोले कि भाई we are against religion, but we also know that the religion has a huge commanding power on the people. So even if the king is atheist, he should not publicly display that he dislikes a religion, and he should then use it in a manner as a good display, so that again the whole state can command authority. So for ensuring the authority, he gives many advices to the prince, that many times that even presentation or deception is also very important. ठीक है? इस पे लिख लो. He advises the king to build authority through religion. अच्छा, what did we write here? He advises the prince to build authority through religion. ठीक है. He sees, full stop, he sees a political utility in religion. Political utility in religion. And in the words of Voltaire, if God doesn't exist, we would need to invent him. If the God doesn't exist, we will need to invent him. ठीक है. Now, heading, please write the heading assessment, then write 2 or 3 lines, then we'll come to these specific points. ये जो line है, that he is narrowly dated and narrowly located, is a criticism by George Sabine. इसको अभी मत लिखो, पहले just लिखो assessment. Okay? Yeah? To be, how come? Which one? You give me an example, then I'll tell you. For these ideas in 2b, no, not very useful. You can use them in 2a or in general when we find the foundations of realist school of thought. Realism में एक topic आता है, intellectual precursors of realism. That also borrows from Machiavelli, that also borrows from Hobbes. वहाँ से use कर सकते हैं. But then if you are saying that, should you link that sometimes the state can use religion to use people, or then people can use them to command and obey, है Machiavellian influence, but does not add much value specifically in 2b, to be very honest. हाँ, that can be used. वो इसीलिए क्योंकि वो realism का part है. That we use merciless. That is why I use that example. That even in preventive or escalatory strikes, that is the core idea. That you will hit, keeping in mind and attacking in that proportion that the other side cannot retaliate. That is the core idea. वो use कर सकते हो आप. ठीक है? You specifically wanted to use authority वाला part. Any of the above में तो of course इसमें जहाँ भी लिख रहे हैं, I think used अभी I think आप थोड़ा सा late आए. Empiricist में the point I made all of these people right was how it forms the foundation of realism. It influences Morgenthau. मैंने कहीं लिखा होगा इस साइड पे, इस स्लाइड पे. I would have written it somewhere. Did we write Morgenthau? है ना? ठीक. शायद नेक्स्ट वाले में कहीं तो लिखा होगा हमने. अच्छा, यहाँ पे लिखा था. ठीक है. So when I say Morgenthau, so of course he is a very big inspiration for these people. Okay. Assessment में just a couple of lines you can write. If Plato is the father of political idealism, if Plato is the father of political idealism, देखो ये भी comparative introduction क्या हो सकता है. Okay? Who describes state craft as soul craft? Who describes state craft as soul craft? Then Machiavelli is the father of realism. Machiavelli is the father of realism, who makes a separation between ethics and politics, and describes statecraft as, and he describes statecraft as the art and science of management of power. And he describes statecraft as art and science of management of power. थोड़ा सा लंबा है इंट्रोडक्शन, यू कैन जस्ट स्लाइटली कंप्रेस इट ऑल्सो, बट दिस इज ओवरऑल वेरी गुड कंपैरेटिव असेसमेंट. आपने प्लेटो को कंपेयर किया as the father of philosophical idealism, and then you're telling Machiavelli, who is the father of realism. Why is he the father of realism? Because he makes a strict separation between, yes, ethics and politics. Yes. So this can be used again and again. Okay. अब पहला आता है issue, narrowly dated, and so Sabine says that Machiavelli's ideas are narrowly dated and narrowly located. इसको लिखो, narrowly dated. These are assessment. Narrowly dated and narrowly located. What is the meaning of this? Outdated और कुछ? Narrowly means these are very specific to the times in he was and to the area he was, where he was. So for example, when he says narrowly located, he means it is only valid to those times when there was feudalism going on, when there was a specific set of circumstances. तो narrowly dated का मतलब है उसी समय के लिए valid थे, narrowly located मतलब उसी जगह के लिए valid थे. तो इसका दूसरा मीनिंग क्या है कि these are not relevant right now, and second, they cannot be applied to other areas. So first you have to say what this statement means. This is a criticism of Machiavelli. So it is said that Machiavelli went for, I'm just telling you a couple of points to think about. आसान क्वेश्चन है जैसे ये. Machiavelli went about selective historical approach. वैसे हिस्टोरिकल अप्रोच हम लोगों ने क्लास में करा हुआ है. वी हैव ऑलरेडी सीन ना हिस्टोरिकल अप्रोच का सबसे बड़ा इशू ही है हिस्टोरिसिज्म, सेलेक्टिव इंटरप्रिटेशन. सो ही इज, बिकॉज ऑफ दिस, ही हैज अ वेरी लिमिटेड अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ ह्यूमन नेचर. तो पहला इशू क्या है? सेलेक्टिव हिस्टोरिकल अप्रोच. सेकेंड इशू इज लिमिटेड, अ नैरो अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ ह्यूमन नेचर. दैट इज द सेकेंड पॉइंट. थर्ड, स्पेसिफिक टू द टाइम्स of feudalism in Italy. So according to Sabine, his prescriptions to the prince are only valid for the area and for that time. These points are supporting what Sabine is saying. इसी को अब रिफ्यूट करते हैं. अब बताओ आप रिफ्यूट कैसे करोगे? How is it not narrowly dated and not narrowly located? Yes, तो अब लिखो, काउंटर पॉइंट्स लिखते हैं. काउंटर पॉइंट्स इज, वी सी सिमिलैरिटी बिटवीन द वर्क्स ऑफ Machiavelli and Kautilya's अर्थशास्त्र, which are very different in time and space. Yes or no? पहला पॉइंट यही है. दूसरा, the secularism is one of the most modern ideas, which is a contribution of Machiavelli. सेपरेशन ऑफ रिलीजन एंड पॉलिटिक्स, तो वो उस समय भी वैलिड है, अब तो कितना वैलिड, मतलब दिस इज अगेन अ मॉडर्न आइडिया. थर्ड, हिज इन्फ्लुएंस ऑन फ्यूचर थिंकर्स लाइक हॉब्स, तो ही हैज इन्फ्लुएंस्ड अदर थिंकर्स ऑल्सो. सो अगेन इट वुड बी रॉन्ग टू से ही इज नैरोली डेटेड, नॉट लोकेटेड. एंड फोर्थ, he is one of the intellectual precursors to realism. Exact line you can write. He is one of the intellectual precursor to realism. Intellectual precursor to realism. ठीक है? So 4 points are there to refute that his ideas are narrowly dated and narrowly equated. Do we agree on this? Then अब ये तो एक line है that he is a child of Renaissance. Okay? So इसमें just a couple of lines you can write. That the society during Renaissance was, just only keywords लिखेंगे, feudal, corrupt, inefficient, with supremacy of the church. Just before, of course, Renaissance. Renaissance will try to reform all of this. इसी में second, so Machiavelli tries to bring the ideas of Renaissance and reform Italy. Machiavelli tries to bring the ideas of Renaissance and reform Italy by emphasizing on, अब 4 से 5 points लिखेंगे इसी के अंदर. These points you already know, but we are just repeating it. पहला, materialism is not sinful. Earlier church used to say materialism is very sinful. So he will say, bhai, materialism is reality, it is not sinful. Materialism is not sinful. Second, emphasis on humanism. Humanism means human beings are most important. This is against the divine rights theory. जहाँ humanism लिखोगे, bracket में लिखो against divine rights theory. This we have done, अच्छे से याद करो आप लोग. Where did we do it? हाँ, and हमने वहाँ पढ़ा था versus and when emergence of natural rights of Locke. This we have done. Okay. Next. Again he talks about a atomistic man. Third point, atomistic man. What is the meaning of atomistic man? Human beings as an individual. Earlier view was human beings are highly social beings. So it simply says that the people are also atomistic. So they have their own right to, they have to profess the religion, they have multiple things that they can do. So it is not always to have a socialistic being. So atomistic being. Then spirit of inquiry. This is also a crucial point in Renaissance, that you will question everything. Okay. अब जो last है ये, उसके बाद we move to his comparison with Kautilya. अब sometimes it is said Machiavelli is a transitional thinker. What do you mean by transitional thinker? So when he was there, transition was happening from medieval to modern. So he is there in between. He is not entirely modern also, he is not entirely medieval also. तो इसको लिखो transitional thinker and draw the spectrum of medieval and modern that we are saying for our understanding only. Medieval, modern, he will lie somewhere in between. This is, let's say, Machiavelli. That he will introduce some new things, but not all the new things, which is why Hobbes is more regarded to be a modern thinker. And after that we also move to Hobbes. अब यहाँ पे you can write, he is both visionary, which means bracket में futuristic, but also backward looking. Bracket में historicism या historical approach. So he is both visionary as well as backward looking. Second point, he embraces Renaissance and its values. He embraces Renaissance and its values. and criticizes the interference of religion in state affairs. He criticizes the interference of religion in state affairs. Next, he advocates political realism, which is also modern. He advocates political realism. Now, this is important. Ab likho, but next line, he does not address. He does not address some modern ideas. He does not address other modern ideas like sovereignty, liberty, and justice. He does not address these ideas. So if the question comes that can we call Machiavelli a modern thinker, what would you say? Somewhat, but you'll say it is more accurate to call him a transitional thinker. That the backwardness in him is with respect to the historicism and the historical approach he has. Yes, he talks about secularism. Yes, he talks about political idealism, realism. Yes, he talks about how the individual values, atomistic man, all are there from the modern outlook of Renaissance. But at the same time, he does not give you all the modern concepts like sovereignty. Sovereignty की बात कौन करेगा सबसे ज़्यादा? Hobbes. Okay? Is this fine? So these are the major assessments that you need to know. Now write the heading Kautilya versus Machiavelli. Kautilya versus Machiavelli. And we'll see this in two parts. One is the similarities they have, and then there are differences in both of them. Okay? Up similarities mein you can just write these points quickly. First is both of them have a realist view of politics. That they see the world as it is, not as it should be. Realist view of politics also is about power capture. So they both are in the same. Both of them have a pessimistic view of human nature. Both of them talk about primacy of state and the duty of the ruler. So for example, for Kautilya Arthashastra, we saw terms like that in the happiness of the people lies the happiness of king. It is ruler's duty to go for yoke shame. याद है सब कल करा है? तो ruler's duty same is also there in case of Italy in Prince. Then during the time of a crisis, both of them talk about unity. That if there is a crisis going on, we'll go for political unity during the time of crisis. अब ये जो points लिखे हैं, of course you have to expand it. ऐसा नहीं कि इतना लिख के छोड़ के आ जाओगे. ठीक है, but ये core crux है समझने के लिए. ठीक है? They have similar concerns for society that they talk about how to reduce corruption. They want how material fulfillment of life is important. And the most important thing for both of them is national interest, which is satisfied through national glory. तो अगर सवाल आए comparison between Kautilya and Arthashastra, don't simply say how they are different. First say that of course both of them, what books had they written? Both are very important volumes on statecraft. But they have similarities. पहले similarities बताओ दोनों में. उसके बाद yes, they have a lot of differences also. ठीक है? Now, this is a very important part. Now, when we talk about the differences between both of them, right? Now, in the case of purpose of state, अब यहाँ पे क्या है, दोनों के views अलग अलग होंगे. in the case of Kautilya, the purpose of state is both, okay, to ensure security, but additionally क्या है, to ensure welfare of the people. This welfare of the people वाला part is lacking in the case of Machiavellian. The Machiavellian is purely from a security perspective, that is power politics, and not much in terms of welfare. And जब यहाँ welfare लिखा है, तो I'll correct it also. You can talk about two keywords from Arthashastra and two words. One is Raj Dharma and one is Yog Shem. The king should ensure welfare of the people also, but at the same time ensure security. Here the focus is only on power politics. कह सकते हैं इसको? अब both of them, the book they wrote, they have the scope is different. In the sense, Machiavelli's book is specific, but Kautilya's Arthashastra is like Plato's Republic. It is very wide, very diverse. So this is encyclopedic. And Kautilya tells so many things about the state. This is a very detailed account. So Machiavelli does not go into too much of administration. He will tell, he will give advices to the political entrepreneur. He will talk about everything, not about just administrative scope. किस तरह के wars होने चाहिए? How should the treaties be? What is Mandal Siddhant? Yes or no? What is Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed? What is Saptang theory? Everything he will tell. And not just that, he'll even go into espionage, the use of women and spies, ठीक है? How to tackle corruption, everything, so much of detail. Ari Mitra, okay? All of that. So main thing is, this is encyclopedic. Because of this, Max Weber says that Kautilya is more Machiavellian than Machiavelli. तो वेस्टर्न फिलोसफी में मैकियावेली को माना जाता है बहुत evil, कि ये तो सेल्फ इंटरेस्ट की बात कर रहा है, दिस इज सो बैड एटसेट्रा, ही इज सेइंग आइडियलिज्म इज बैड एटसेट्रा. बट मैक्स वेबर सेज दैट एक बार आप कौटिल्या के अर्थशास्त्र को पढ़ो, द वे ही जस्टिफाइज स्टेट, समटाइम्स इट इज इवन मोर मैकियावेलियन देन मैकियावेली. एंड मैकियावेली हैज नॉट गॉन इनटू द टाइप्स, कितने टाइप्स के वॉर होते हैं, कितने टाइप्स की ट्रीटीज हैं, द जियोपॉलिटिकल एस्पेक्ट एंड कंपोनेंट्स. सो हिज स्कोप इज फार बियॉन्ड. दैट इज व्हाई ही सेज he is more Machiavellian than Machiavelli. Now, the ideal ruler for both of them is also different. Okay? For Kautilya, you want a Raj Rishi who, of course, aspires for power, but is also rooted in wisdom. इसलिए नाम है राज ऋषि. Whereas prince simply only happens to be any political entrepreneur, does not necessarily have to be wise. यहाँ पे किसी की भी अगर ambition है पावर को लेने की, सीख करने की पावर, that is a prince. For them the prince is written. But Raj Rishi is having combination of both. Has some knowledge on governance, is looking for welfare of the people, and of course has aspirations for power also. So the ideal ruler for both of them is also different. The schemes of both of them, the scope is also different. The purpose of state is also different. Okay? And therefore, the legacy that they leave is also different. The legacy that they will leave is also different. ओके, लेगेसी में बस पहला हो जाएगा कि कौटिल्य विल बी प्रोपोनेंट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल रियलिज्म इन इंडियन ट्रेडिशन. प्रोपोनेंट ऑफ political realism in Indian tradition, comma, diplomatic thought, ब्रैकेट में लिख सकते हो मंडल सिद्धांत, मंडल सिद्धांत, मैकियावेली पे यू कैन राइट इन्फ्लुएंस्ड यूरोपियन रियल पॉलिटिक, influenced European real politic and modern secular political thought, and influenced modern secular political thought. ठीक है? So now if there is a question, and even if the question is very detailed on comparison of both of them, can we be able to write it? लिख पाएंगे, अच्छे से समझ पाएंगे? कल ऑलरेडी हमने देखा है, we've done अर्थशास्त्र and Kautilya in good detail, and this is a comparison between Machiavelli and, okay, so with this, अब देखो सवाल भी कैसे आए हैं. एक तो हमने ये देख लिया empirical method, compare and contrast views of Kautilya and Machiavelli on statecraft. Can we do this? Yes. Critically examine Machiavelli's views on religion and politics. अब इसमें the things that you can add, for example, is the ideas of Gandhi. तो एक लाइन लिखो, Gandhi criticizes Machiavelli's separation of ethics and politics and religion and politics. Gandhi criticizes Machiavelli's separation of ethics in politics and religion in politics. Full stop. Gandhi argues that religion या politics without the religious morals is a death trap. Politics without the religious morals is a death trap. ठीक है? That is what you'll write. Now leave a page. Let's move to Hobbes. Now when I come to Hobbes, please remember number one, Hobbes is a part of social contract theorists. Okay, so who are social contract theorists? One of them is Hobbes, Rousseau. ठीक है? What is a social contract? Again, this is a hypothetical creation wherein you say that how the state came into being. So there was a social contract between people and the state. And each of these thinkers will say, why do you obey the state? Why do you obey the state? के लिए the term that is used is political obligation. The reason why we obey the state. So for Hobbes it is different. For Locke it is different. In case of Locke, the answer is through consent and a limited state. Hobbes के केस में अलग है. Why do people obey the state in Hobbes case? Right, and then here the answer is, for Hobbes, human nature mein, his understanding is that all of people, selfish, maximize pleasure, minimize pain, utilitarian. So if the people are left to themselves, they'll keep on fighting, there will be anarchy. So life will be nasty, poor, brutish, short. That is state of nature. And when state comes, he gives all the power to the state. So state becomes Leviathan. A Leviathan state has all the powers, and it can even go against the individual. It can trample down the rights. But why is the state doing so? Because the state wants to ensure harmony. State wants to ensure justice, rule of law. So justice, rule of law करने के लिए Hobbes has a absolutist mechanism. Okay, now let's see and discuss Hobbes. So first thing, always in the introduction, what you can talk about, of course we can say he is a social contract theorist. I can talk about the name of his book, and you can talk about how Leviathan, अब इसमें कुछ words भी use करते हो, is a very important, let's say, political treatise or a book talking about the different facets of human nature, of state. So again, that also helps us understand the whole part. Now, let's just have a bit of context here for Hobbes. One, I've said that he is a social contract theorist. Where was Hobbes from? England. And during the time of Hobbes, what was happening in England? Okay, so there was a war going on, okay, and because of the war, Hobbes will have a very pessimistic view of human nature. याद करो जब हमने शुरू किया था अपना लेक्चर, हमने क्या बोला था? We'll see the context, we'll see their views on human nature, on state, on other values, criticism and contemporary relevance. Almost same thing we are following. Tell me the contemporary relevance of Machiavelli. Secularism also, and again realism, Morgan's view. ठीक है, intellectual precursor to realism. In the same manner, we'll also see how Hobbes also, through his study of Leviathan. अब Leviathan का term we saw many times being used during even COVID-19. Can you make a connection? Why COVID-19 में state was said to be Leviathan? State became all powerful. All of us were locked in, the state is in a lockdown. Your rights, you don't have enough rights. Who is the most powerful? State. And lockdown से पहले क्या था? State had a minimal role, and the state became too powerful. So whenever the state becomes powerful, we use the term Leviathan again to reference Hobbes' Leviathan. Okay? Now, we've seen that, of course, why his view on human nature was very pessimistic, right? And he will analyze it, he will use his own methodology. So he, in that sense, is empirical. He is using scientific approach, which is resolutive compositive method. It simply means, let's say I have this big thing, I'll break it down to small things. Resolute means to break something down in small parts, and through these small parts try to explain what is the main big thing. Okay? So for example, I want to understand what is political theory. In political theory, I will understand what is political. In political, I'll understand who is a man. From the man, I'll understand what is human nature. From human nature, I'll try to construct what is political theory. तो एक बड़ी सी चीज ली, उसको छोटे पार्ट्स में ब्रेक डाउन किया, वहां से हमने समझने की कोशिश करी. From there, we try to understand. This is also a method that he uses. Now, if you notice in all our mind maps, we have specific section on methodology and influence. Yes or no? हमने रखा है ना? उसका reason ये है कि when you write your answers, in an introduction, just give a 2-3 line introduction, and when you write about them, before jumping on to their theories, tell what is the inspiration or the method of their theories. ये जरूर लिखो answers में. So when you introduce Hobbes, कोई भी question हो Hobbes का, let's say Hobbes as a absolutist, or let's say covenant without swords are nothing but words that we saw yesterday also, you give an introduction, but whenever possible, you ये say, draw Hobbes by using a resolutive compositive method tries to underline or tries to give forward his theory. सिर्फ एक line add करोगे, but the keyword will add more legitimacy to your answer. Is that fine? Okay. So just write this heading, because I think in some of the headings I'm giving you 2 or 3 lines to write. Methodology पे if we come, so write down कि he is called Galileo of political science. He is called Galileo of political science and influenced by Descartes. लिखते इसको ऐसे DES CARTES, but S is silent here. influenced by Descartes, इन्फ्लुएंस बाय डेकार्ट्स में ब्रैकेट में लिखेंगे logical analysis and using self evident truths. Second point you can write is this: Hobbes uses resolutive compositive method. इसमें लिखो put a dash. To understand the state, first understand human nature. To understand the state, first understand human nature. Then understand how men form a social contract. Then understand how men form a social contract, and then how Leviathan emerges. This is just for your understanding. अगर explain करना भी पड़े तो, वरना this is only for you. Third point, that he is a materialist. Third point in methodology is he is a materialist. So he saw universe as matter in motion. He saw universe as matter in motion. Next you can write, he also is a utilitarian. ब्रैकेट में लिखो maximize pleasure, minimize pain. Now we come to human nature. Human nature. There are 4 components here that there are in a man, and इसमें भी then I'll make you write down some lines. अब देखो, पहले तो सिंपल है, ह्यूमन नेचर क्या है? पीपल आर इनसिक्योर, दे आर पावर सीकिंग, दे आर मटीरियलिस्ट, and they have a reason for appetite. And this is because of his understanding of human nature, he suggests the absolutist state. He knew कि अगर लोग को freedom दी तो पूरा सत्यानाश हो जाएगा. People will have anarchy. That is what he says. Anarchy. They will be in the state of nature. It will be life is nasty, poor, brutish, short. So one by one, we'll just explain each point. पहला point लिखेंगे. I and fear were born together. Because and dash करके लिखो. His experiences of war lead to his pessimistic outlook. तो in insecure वाले point में I and fear were born together. I and fear were born together. And how this is rooted in his idea or his experience of the war. So that leads to a pessimistic view of human nature. Second आ जाओ, power seeking. पहला लिखो point, power in Hobbesian man. Power in Hobbesian ऐसे लिखेंगे HOBBESIAN. Power in Hobbesian man is a source of felicity. Felicity means happiness. power in Hobbesian man is a source of felicity. Full stop. Inverted commas में there is a ceaseless desire for power. There is a ceaseless desire for power in man that ends only with death. There is a ceaseless desire for power in man that ends only with death. Only with death. Okay, next is materialist. Simple रखो, minimize pleasure, maximize pain. Because material objects give happiness, and if somebody takes away that, it increases the pain. About reason for appetite. Reason for appetite. Just one line. The only purpose for reason in man is to fulfill his appetite. Only purpose for reason in man is to fulfill his appetite. एक लाइन लिख सकते हो, man is animus dominandi, bracket में keeps appetite above reason, and this is very different from Lockean view. कहीं पे मार्जिन्स पे लिखो, लॉक के केस में क्या है, रीजन इज मोर इंपॉर्टेंट. अभी फिर से देखेंगे. एंड विच इज वाई लॉक इज द फादर ऑफ लिबरलिज्म. ही रूट्स रीजन इन मैन, दैट मैन कैन अल्टीमेटली टेक गुड चॉइस. ये ही से उल्टा ऑपोजिट. मैन इज एनिमस डोमिनेंडी. इट सिंपली मीन्स दैट वी विल पुट और वी विल हैव एपेटाइट ओवर रीजन. सो इफ यू हैव अंडरस्टूड दीज फोर, दिस सिंपली मीन्स state of nature. What will now happen in a state of nature? This is a statement you've seen so many times. उसी को लिखना है फिर से. Right? State of nature. So the state of nature is a state of war. State of nature is a state of war. State of nature is a state of war of all against all. State of nature is a state of war of all against all. Okay? Then you can write life in a state of nature is nasty, poor, brutish, short. Life in a state of nature is nasty, poor, brutish, short. Why is that? Because main thing is there is anarchy. Human reason में appetite dominate कर रहा है. So there is no reason for the people to cooperate in general. They'll keep on fighting it. समझ में आ रहा है? That is why human nature की understanding, if you get it directly, you will understand the state of nature. So we said two things. In state of nature, it is a war of all against all. Second, in a state of nature, life is nasty, short, brutish, poor, nasty, brutish, short. Then last, in a state of nature, there is no scope for art, commerce or industry. In a state of nature, there is no scope for art, commerce or industry. Okay, then we come to social contract. Now, why does a man go to a social contract? Pehla point, to prevent the state of nature. Yes or no? People go into a social contract, right? तो इसमें लिख भी लो नहीं तो, the utilitarian man enters into a social contract. The utilitarian man enters into a social contract to minimize the pain of state of nature. अब इसमें there is a good line that you can write. Man was sovereign in the state of nature. Man was sovereign in the state of nature. Full stop. In the social contract, man gives up all his rights except the right to self-preservation. Except the right to self-preservation. So man was sovereign in the state of nature, full stop. In social contract, man gives up all his rights. Gives up all his rights except the right to self-preservation. ठीक है? अब आते हैं, this is an important part here, sovereign. The Leviathan is the main part here, most powerful. अब इसमें we'll use couple of terms here. पहला point, and we'll again say that first of all, sovereign के लिए keyword है, sovereign is absolute. The sovereign is absolute. And Hobbes' Leviathan is an absolutist state. 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 Then you can write the political obligation. The political obligation. Use this keyword, ये अच्छा important line है. The political obligation of Hobbes' sovereign lies in facilitating man's attainment of pleasure. ठीक है? अब एक दो quotes भी हैं. One, I think we've discussed in one of the classes. Law is the command of the sovereign. Law is the command of sovereign. एक और लिखो, I think ये भी हमने बात करी हुई है. Covenant without swords. याद आ रहा है? Covenant without swords are nothing but words. What is the meaning of this? Covenant without swords. punishment is necessary. Good point. So that simply means if something is just, let's say if the law is just, सबको बोला जाता है कि helmet पहनो. How many people really have it? Until unless there's a huge fine. या दूर से दिखता है तो then the people will make a cut. Yes or no? So this is nothing but covenant without swords is nothing but words. Same you apply in international sphere also. Right? UN does not have any power to enforce its law. Yes or no? So that is also an issue. तो covenant without swords is nothing but words. इसका मतलब यही है, अगर sovereign है तो sovereign should have the power to enforce its law. If the sovereign does not have the power, is not absolutist, what will happen? There will be a problem. Okay? So that is one. एक और लिखो इसमें, इसी sovereign में लिखेंगे, लिखो liberty is where the law is silent. Very interesting. Liberty is where the law is silent. What is the meaning of this? ठीक है, good. ठीक है, और कुछ? So did we have liberty when state was there, or did we have liberty in state of nature? सोचो बताओ. So of course in state of nature people had liberty, but the problem was everybody was fighting, right? And then Hobbes also again supports the idea of natural law, that liberty is only where when the state is there to protect you from all the ills. So to say that liberty is where law is silent, you have to think about the utilitarian perspective. What is your utilitarian saying? That you want to minimize the pain. So when state comes, state ensures that all these freedoms are taken away, and then only it guarantees your life to self-preservation. So in this case, liberty is where the law is silent. यहाँ पे there are two interpretations. One is the presence of natural law, which only the state can support, and second is that when the state is present, you will not have enough liberty, because state will ensure कि सब लोग सही से participate करें, right? Otherwise, it will again lead to state of nature, right? So just one line you can write here. People have liberty where the state hasn't made the laws. People have liberty where the state has not made the laws. Okay? No. That was different. No law, no liberty. Correct. So the people with PSIR optional would have had an advantage in that question if they knew, or अगर उनको याद रहता तो फायदा होता. ठीक है. Now there are two things I'll tell you. One is natural rights, and second, what has Hobbes said on individualism. Natural rights हम पहले ही कर चुके हैं बहुत डिटेल में. I'll just quickly recap this in 1 minute. Who is supporter of natural rights? Locke. Okay, and Locke is contesting the claim of divine rights. Locke says that, or criticizes whose book? Filmer's Patriarcha. ठीक है. अब why does Hobbes oppose the view of natural rights theory? याद करो. We had seen Austin and Hobbes या Borden, ये सारे, they have a legalistic view of rights. So for them natural rights, in fact आपने याद करो Bentham ने कितना criticize किया है natural rights को. Bentham says that these are nonsense upon stilts. These have a terrorizing the language. Yes or no? So you'll remember for natural rights, number one, Hobbes, why does Hobbes criticize it? Because they don't have a legal backing. They are not supported by law. Bentham also criticizes natural rights for being nonsense upon stilts, for having a terrorizing language. Again, they don't have any legal backing. But why does Locke support it? Because by virtue of being human, people have some inherent natural rights. देयर इज आल्सो कांटियन इन्फ्लुएंस. ये सब कुछ हम 2 जगह कर चुके हैं. वी हैव आल्सो डन दिस इन ह्यूमन राइट्स इफ यू रिमेंबर, एंड इन जनरल राइट्स के चैप्टर में. ओके, तो राइट्स जहां पे भी लिखा है, तो अगेन जस्ट रिमेंबर बोथ बेंथम, हॉब्स, दे हैव हेवीली क्रिटिसाइज्ड द व्यू ऑफ नेचुरल राइट्स. वैसे ये टॉपिक 2 जगह, अभी लॉक आएगा, वन लॉक में फिर से नेचुरल राइट्स आता है, एंड व्हेन यू रीड राइट्स इन जनरल, जो राइट्स एक टॉपिक है पूरा, वहां भी होता है. सो इन द प्रीवियस क्लासेस आई हैव ऑलरेडी कवर्ड दिस. इन केस समबडी इज थिंकिंग कि इस पे हम इतना डिस्कशन क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं. ओके, नाउ जस्ट राइट असेसमेंट लिखो. असेसमेंट फॉर हॉब्स. फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज, लिखो, is Hobbes the first modern thinker? Is Hobbes the first modern thinker? Okay, there is again a very good way to start it. You can write it. While Bodin, याद आ रहा है जीन बोर्डिन? Okay, monistic theory of sovereignty, याद है? So while Jean Bodin was standing on the gate to modernity, Jean Bodin जहां लिखा है तो वहां पे लिख सकते हो theory of sovereignty, comma, Hobbes was the first one to enter it. अब क्या सवाल है ये, इज ही द फर्स्ट मॉडर्न थिंकर? तो यू हैव टू से दैट देयर आर मेनी रीजंस व्हाई यू कैन से हिम एज द फर्स्ट मॉडर्न थिंकर. ओके, जस्ट कीवर्ड्स लिखेंगे, यू कैन अगेन एक्सप्लेन इट. पहला है हिज मेथडोलॉजी दैट वी सॉ. मेथडोलॉजी, अब सारे कीवर्ड्स जो लिखे थे हमने, एम्पिरिसिज्म, साइंटिफिक, रेजोल्यूटिव, कॉम्पोजिटिव, इन्फ्लुएंस ऑफ डेकार्ट, एवरीथिंग यू विल राइट हियर. सो आई एम नॉट एक्सपैंडिंग ऑन दैट. One is what his method is. Second, state is sovereign, and underline sovereign, in both religious. State is sovereign in both religious and political matters. State is sovereign in both religious and political matters. Now here, Bodin's theory is not as डिटेल्ड एज हॉब्स. तो यहां पे जो हमने लिखा है इसी में लिखो, while Bodin also gave the theory of sovereignty, it is not as comprehensive. It is not as comprehensive as Hobbes, and he also did not make this compartmentalization between these two. So just लिखो, it is not as comprehensive as Hobbes. Third, again, you can write, he is an intellectual precursor of modern realism. Intellectual precursor to modern realism. Intellectual precursor to modern realism. Now come to the last one. ये क्वेश्चन ही लिख लो, सेकंड वाला. इंडिविजुअलिज्म इज इनहेरेंट इन हॉब्स एब्सोल्यूटिस्ट आइडियोलॉजी. इंडिविजुअलिज्म इज इनहेरेंट इन हॉब्स एब्सोल्यूटिस्ट आइडियोलॉजी. देखो, लेट मी जस्ट फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सिंपली एक्सप्लेन इट टू यू. He, and in fact it is said that he is one of the greatest individualists. ये बोला जाता है हॉब्स के लिए. Why is that? He truly understands human nature. He knows that an individual is self-centric, greedy, insecure, power-seeking, everything. He is aware about it. And to protect these individuals, their property, their commerce, their industry, he justifies an absolute state. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि ही इज मेकिंग एन एब्सोल्यूट स्टेट So he does not know the individual. He actually knows the individual very well. कि अगर स्टेट को एब्सोल्यूटिस्ट नहीं बनाया तो ये सारे के सारे लोग स्टेट को तो तोड़ेंगे तोड़ेंगे, अपने आप को भी खराब करेंगे. So he is that rooted, and of course that is his philosophy. You can debate on it, you can argue that he tramples the individual, okay, at the altar of the state, etc., etc. But the main core point here is that he understands the individual really well, his analysis of the human nature, and it is his analysis on which he justifies an absolutist state. So this is also something very जहाँ पे बड़े controversial लगेगा आपको. क्या on one hand he is saying I am a supporter of individualism, but at the same time the harshest state that you can think of is Hobbes' state. But for Hobbes it is justified because of his understanding of human nature. Now whenever you get a question on Hobbes, especially a question on individualism, it goes without saying you will compare it to Locke. Now Locke will have a very different view. Locke will also enable the individual, and Locke will ensure a limited state or a night watchman state. ये सब हम पढ़ चुके हैं पहले भी, ठीक है? तो दोनों के दोनों treat individuals very differently. तो जहां पे ये लिखा है कहीं पे margins में ये जरूर लिखो, compare it with Locke. That is going to give you at least half marks extra. You have to compare it with Locke. ठीक है? अब इसके कुछ core points, 3 or 4 points I'll tell you. Other than that, all the other remaining things you can easily do. So here, first you can write absolute power of sovereign. Absolute power of sovereign is a necessary component of absolute power of sovereign is a necessary component of Hobbesian social contract. Absolute power of sovereign is an essential component of Hobbesian social contract. Next, देखो, for Hobbes, man has only two options. Man has only two options. Put a dash. To live in a state of anarchy. To live in a state of anarchy. To live in a state of anarchy, or under a sovereign. ओके, एंड इसी में एक और पॉइंट लिख सकते हो. In Hobbes' defense, his pessimistic view of human nature, compels him to justify an absolute state, for the preservation of men. ओके, समझ में आ रहा है? That how individualism and absolutism is connected here, and you can also compare this to Locke, John Locke. Okay. बाकी तो this of course I'll share with you. You can go through the questions, brainstorm on it. If there's a question which you think you are not having enough content to write, we can again discuss it. ठीक है? Locke पे आते हैं, John Locke. Here you know many things already about John Locke. What is something that you know about John Locke? Natural rights, yes, and okay. Property, yes, हमें पता है. तो यहाँ पे दोनों देखेंगे, हिज थ्योरी ऑफ नेचुरल राइट्स आल्सो, लॉक इज द फादर ऑफ लिबरलिज्म, व्हाट आर मेन पॉइंट्स हियर वन बाय वन. स्टार्ट करते हैं इंट्रोडक्शन पे. ऑफ कोर्स यू कैन डायरेक्टली से लॉक इज द फादर ऑफ लिबरलिज्म, यू कैन से समथिंग लाइक इट. सेकेंड, यू कैन जो भी कोर थ्योरीज अभी हम देखेंगे लॉक की, राइट, लेट्स से लॉक इज मोस्टली नोन फॉर हिज थ्योरी ऑफ natural rights, okay, protection of life and property, a night watchman state, etc., etc. Just any of the important keywords that we can mention, we can write about Locke. तो इंट्रोडक्शन की थोड़ी सी आदत डालेंगे हम लोग कि ऑन द स्पॉट अगर क्वेश्चन आ रहा है तो वी विल ट्राई टू सी व्हाट बेस्ट वी कैन राइट. ओके, अब इसमें द नेम ऑफ दिस बुक यू कैन ऑल्सो राइट the two treaties government. अच्छा, on नहीं, this is two treaties of government. This is the name of the book. Now we have to see these two components, methodology. और methodology में of course we need to know what was his experience of that time. Now we just saw, for example, in case of Hobbes has a pessimistic view of human nature. What is the view of Locke? He has an optimistic view. ठीक है? So first of course he has a optimistic view, and why is that? Yes, so he is during the time of glorious revolution. इसमें भी कुछ important words हैं that you may recall. He is also a empiricist. Have you heard his thing that mind is a tabula rasa? What is tabula rasa? Blank slate. Okay. So based on that, अगर mind blank slate है तो again it is, our life is shaped by our experiences. Okay. So mind is a tabula rasa. That we can write. And when I say mind is a tabula rasa, for your reference, just think that innate qualities किसी में नहीं है. You learn through social and lived experience. This is different from a view that जो भी तुम्हारी qualities है वो तुम में है ना? These are two different perspectives. His view is mind is a tabula rasa. All of us start with a blank, fresh slate, and based on that we learn. हम तब समझते हैं, ठीक है? तो ये लिख सकते हो that mind does not have any innate ideas. INNATE, mind does not have any specific innate ideas. Other than that, he is also supporter of materialism. In fact, सबसे ज्यादा बात right to property की यही करेंगे. तो right materialism also. Materialism and also utilitarianism. And here in bracket or just a dash you can put the sole aim of government. The sole aim of government is to ensure right to property to the citizens. In fact, he says that the sole reason why the Commonwealth comes into being is to protect somebody's property. Yes or no? जैसे आप ये देखो, the greatest and chief aim of men uniting into a commonwealth and putting themselves under government is the preservation of property. This has been asked. The reason why men enter into civil society is again preservation of their property. So he has again a very specific, has mentioned about, okay. So this is one. Okay, next is his criticism of Filmer. So Filmer wrote a book known as Patriarcha. Filmer wrote this book Patriarcha, and Filmer spoke about just for your reference, you should know divine rights of man or divine rights theory. You know what is divine rights? What is that? Huh? Yes. Yes. So again, there are some people who are representative of God, shadow of God, so on and so forth. And through these theories, the kings and even the churches used to justify their authority. है ना? Locke will criticize it. कैसे? बहुत simple argument है. पहला कि हाँ, he will give natural rights, but why? How will he criticize divine rights? First of all, whatever agreement was done 1 generation, 2 generation, 3 generation, 4 generation ago, why should we also bind to it? The conditions during those times and during our times is different. Yes or no? So he gives very logical explanation and tries to say that this is merely an imposition कि हाँ पहले बहुत साल पहले और बहुत समय पहले king को was seen as the shadow of God, etc. So you have to assume it. So he's saying that when the new generation comes, in that term you again have a social contract. Acha, introduction may you also add he is a proper social contract theorist. He is a theorist of social contract. Yes. Okay. Now, so one, of course, he's saying we have not given consent, and consent is now being transferred hereditary. है ना? You have not given active consent, just that PD, but PD, generation after generation, people are saying yes to it. So that is why he does not agree to it. And in fact, he suggests there is something known as natural rights. Okay? Natural rights, I think I will again already एक बार देख चुके हैं, but फिर से एक बार देख लेंगे. तो जब हम बात करते हैं theory of natural rights की, and this will also tell you who has influenced Locke. So, what is the context of theory of natural rights? Criticism of divine theory of rights. Second, this theory seems to also be influenced by Immanuel Kant's work. Kant spoke about human dignity, that people should not be means to an end, people should be means in themselves. Yes or no? So human dignity की बात करते हैं Immanuel Kant. And here, when he extends this argument of natural rights, what point does he say? That because by virtue of being human, people have these natural rights. So that also means people in themselves have intrinsic value. हर एक इंसान में एक intrinsic value छुपी हुई है. People have an intrinsic value in themselves. Okay? And these natural rights, state नहीं दे रहा, ये आपके पास खुद से हैं. This is also important. These are not transferred by state to you. These are inherent in you. You already have them. Okay? So one thing is these are not transferred by state. हाँ, अब and his view of course is also based on the fact कि क्यों ये सब कुछ क्यों हो रहा है. The main thing is he says that man has reason. He has an enlightened view of human nature. Man has reason, and because man has reason, and two things: one, because you are human, and second, because you have reason, you also have rights which were never transferred by states, which were never divine in origin. You already had them because you were human. That is why these rights are given to you. But of course we know these rights will be criticized by conservatives also, by legal scholars also, like even Bentham will criticize it, Hobbes has criticized it, Edmund Burke, Burke क्या बोलेगा? Or what would he say? Individuals don't have rights. It is the society that helps you give the rights. This we have done in that previous part. ठीक है? So just keep this in mind. Now let's go back. फिर से human nature की बात करें अगर, तो his view of human nature is enlightened, it is optimistic. Here reason and rationality dominates. And main thing is that people are smart enough, have reason enough to cooperate. But in Hobbes' case, Hobbes says that appetite dominates more than reason. Man is animus dominandi. Yes or no? So the view of human nature is very different, and it is because of this view, he says, people go into a social contract. People are already enlightened. So what is the consequence of this? इसका consequence क्या है? This consequence is that people can bargain very effectively from the state because you have reason, you can cooperate. So this will justify a minimal role for the state. Hobbes का केस उल्टा है, वो कह रहा है सब लोग पागल हैं, everybody will fight. Because everybody will fight, हम क्यों आपको rights दें? We'll take all your rights, but yes, we will ensure, we will give you self-preservation. But here, people can cooperate, people can do trade, people can buy property. So this will want the state to be as minimal as possible. This you have to understand, yes or no? That is why he will justify a minimal state. He will just justify the consent of people, a night watchman state, yes or no? This is important to understand. Now when you talk about his individualism, again make a backward linkage. When you talk about his individualism, also compare it with Hobbes. Now here first line, right, in individualism, Locke remains an individualist all throughout. Locke remains an individualist all throughout, whereas Hobbes starts as an individualist. Hobbes starts as an individualist and ends up being absolutist. Ends up being absolutist. Second, Locke accepts the rationality of individuals. Locke accepts the rationality of individuals and believes that they can cooperate. His justification of individualism leads to a minimal / night watchman state. Minimal / night watchman state. He remains a scholar of normative and methodological individualism. So he has both elements, normative and methodological. इसी में नीचे लिखो normative, put a dash. Does not consider individualism as a sin. इससे पहले तो ऑफ कोर्स इंडिविजुअल्स and individualism was seen as a sin. Think of socialist feudal times, pre-Renaissance, and methodological may write individual as the center of analysis. ठीक है. अब आओ, before state, or you should write पहले लिखो state of nature. We've not written state of nature, and इसमें भी also write in the bracket compare with Hobbes या versus Hobbes. So this you'll remember, back and forth, back and forth. State of nature में simple है, the state of SON is state of nature for us. SON is a state of peace and goodwill. SON is a state of peace and goodwill. Full stop. Then it says Locke argues that in a state of nature people can cooperate and live in harmony through reason. Through reason. अब मुझे बताओ, if this is the case, why is the state needed then? सब कुछ तो अच्छा है, क्यों चाहिए state? Protect the property, good point. And second thing, very important, is there can always be a temptation to default. People, if there are many people, many contesting claims are there, you would still need a neutral arbiter. That is why, and in fact, it is the reason that says that. So he also places reason that creates a state. So pehla reason is the reason is the main point why people are cooperating, and the people are also having enough reason that they know that in future times they may have a conflict. लड़ाई हो सकती है, उसको रोकने के लिए भी कौन चाहिए? State. Property बचाने के लिए चाहिए state, पर बाकी सारी चीजें हम खुद कर लेंगे. So you don't interfere in all the other things. Be a night watchman state, be a minimalist state, but yes, for protection of life and property, help us out. ठीक है? And some scholars criticize this position of Locke as ambivalent. कि एक समय पे तो आप कह रहे हो there is so much of reason, everything is good, but then why do you want a state? So Locke justifies that by saying that in case of default or temptation, you may need a state. समझ में आ रहा है आपको? इसको just एक लाइन में लिख लो. There is still a temptation to default. There is still a temptation to default. And with the lack of common authority, there can be instability in the state of nature. There can be instability in the state of nature. Therefore, Locke proposes a social contract which some critics argue is ambivalent in nature. Now you know what is ambivalent? कि reason है तो reason है तो क्यों चाहिए आपको state? So there is slight dichotomy also. हाँ, yes. Okay. नाउ राइट स्टेट. हाँ. हाँ, yes, yes. That even if it's a very developed country, if everything is sorted, even then you can have it. क्यों? क्योंकि if there's a time of crisis, if there's no common authority, याद करो, when we've done the pluralist theory of state, one of the criticism is that in the times of crisis, who should be a leader? अगर आप बोल रहे हो सबके पास power है, monist theory, what does the monistic theory say? State has all the power. Pluralists say that नहीं, state नहीं, हर institution के पास power है. पर आप बताओ crisis में क्या होगा? You need a centralized political authority. That is also the issue. Same thing here also. That is the reasoning that we can say. अब लिखो next heading state. State for Locke. So here you can write state is not a necessity. State is not a necessity, but a tool of convenience. A tool of convenience. Locke proposes a two-staged contract. Locke proposes a two-staged contract. Write down the first stage. First stage is with consensus. First stage is with consensus, and second stage with majority and consent of minorities. And the consent of minorities. इसी में लिखो डैश करके, गवर्नमेंट इज द ट्रस्ट एंड पीपल आर द ट्रस्टीज. गवर्नमेंट इज द ट्रस्ट एंड पीपल आर द ट्रस्टीज. नेक्स्ट, Locke calls for a minimal state. Minimal state which helps in the protection of life, liberty and property. Which helps in protection of only life, liberty and property. और इसमें लास्ट लिखो, if the state is not able to perform its function, if the state is not able to perform its function, then the people have the right to revolt. Then the people have the right to revolt. People have the right to revolt. ठीक है. प्रॉपर्टी में we'll write 2 lines. One of them is already the quote UPSC is asked. उसी को यूज करेंगे. देखो, प्रॉपर्टी में सबसे पहले कैसे स्टार्ट करोगे? स्टार्ट विथ हाउ नेचुरल राइट्स कॉल्ड अबाउट दैट पीपल शुड हैव अ राइट टू प्रॉपर्टी. अर्लियर डिवाइन राइट्स था. डिवाइन राइट सेड दैट किंग शुड हैव द राइट टू लैंड. सो स्टार्टिंग किससे हुई? नेचुरल राइट से. फर्स्ट थिंग. Second thing is you can write the chief reason, exact quote है यही जो भी that we saw, the chief reason for men to unite in a commonwealth, the chief reason for men to unite in a commonwealth is preservation of their life, liberty and estate. is preservation of their life, liberty, and state. Okay? यहां पे अब लिखो लॉक इज अ स्कॉलर ऑफ पोजेसिव इंडिविजुअलिज्म. इसी में लिखेंगे प्रॉपर्टी में ही. लॉक इज अ स्कॉलर ऑफ पोजेसिव इंडिविजुअलिज्म, ब्रैकेट में लिखना मैकफर्सन. Locke is a scholar of possessive individualism, bracket Macpherson. Individualism, you know, individualism. What is possessive individualism? Let's say man's right to property. Okay? So when he says, Macpherson, that Locke is a scholar of possessive individualism, he also tries to bring into notice that Locke's work lays the foundation of capitalism. Okay? तो यहां पे बस डैश करके लिखना अपनी अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए, दैट लॉक्स वर्क लेज द फाउंडेशन ऑफ कैपिटलिज्म, द मॉडर्न कैपिटलिज्म. अब ये जो स्टेटमेंट है, समटाइम्स दिस स्टेटमेंट इज यूज्ड टू क्रिटिसाइज Locke. If you say Locke is a scholar of possessive individualism, you can also say that in Locke you find the starting point of capitalism. But कभी-कभी अगर Marxist analysis इसको देखोगे, so you can also look at entire contribution of Locke only from the economic lens. So other people, including Macpherson, also defends Locke, saying that purely economic analysis of Locke's work is reductionist. Because Locke has talked about so many other things. Rights of the individual, he creates a limited state, he creates a government ruled by consent, he talks about separation of powers, he talks about civil society. तो अगर ये सवाल आएगा that critically analyze the statement that Locke is a scholar of possessive individualism, of course you can say that yes, his work led to the foundations of capitalism, no doubt about it. But to say that this is his only work and there is only the economic view to this is a reductionist view. What is the meaning of reductionist view? बहुत एक सीमित सोच. That is the meaning of reductionist view. So Locke has done work in various fields. So we cannot say that his work or his should be only limited to the idea that he's a scholar of possessive individualism. Yes or no? And even when he says that people have right to property, of course it is not always the case that this will always lead to exploitation. It is in many times it can also lead to philanthropy. Yes or no? So various aspects are there. तो ऐसा कभी भी सवाल आए, इस सवाल का काउंटर क्या होना चाहिए? Locke is the father of liberalism. So while being the father of liberalism, he created so many other avenues. Yes or no? ठीक है? यहां तक समझ आ रहा है? Then write this heading, Locke as the father of liberalism. This, by the way, was a 20 marker in the exam, 20. Locke as the father of liberalism. You've seen many fathers today. Father of political philosophy, father of political science, father of realism. सारे fathers हैं. Okay. Okay. इसमें जहां पे कुछ पॉइंट्स लिखे, बट ऑफ कोर्स कोर पॉइंट्स याद रखो. Why is Locke called as father of liberalism? इस क्वेश्चन में you will define what is liberalism and then just keywords. For example, he spoke about a limited government, he spoke about rights of man, he spoke about separation of powers, a social contract, okay, rule by consent. पांचवा पॉइंट हो जाएगा. All these points have then to be expressed. Then limited government तो चलो night watchman state आप लिख दोगे यहां पे. He is, in fact, you have to emphasize this more. His emphasis on individualism is a very core part of liberalism. Yes or no? Then you have to talk about natural rights. Then you have to talk about his property, which ultimately would lead to economic dimensions of liberalism, which will be capitalism. कितने points हैं? और अभी भी I can go even more. Social contract में there is state. He also creates a civil society, and he also gives the right to dissent and even revolt in the most extreme case. तो वो एक और point हो जाएगा. Dissent and ultimately revolt या revolution if the government is illegitimate. Okay, so this is a 20 marker. Now can you explain each paragraph? Almost everything we've discussed: limited government, individualism, rights of a man, natural rights in general, dissent, revolt, separation of powers, property, social contract, rule by consent, all these terms, which is why he is. अब इसको जब conclude करोगे, then you will say, on account of all these contributions, it is rightfully said that he is the father of liberalism. So now when you remember Locke, you should again and again keep on comparing him with Hobbes. Also on how social contract is, how individualism is, and how state of nature is. याद आ रहा है? ठीक है? Okay. And again, a lot of these individuals out and out, commonwealth, preservation of property, again, freedom, property, etc. These are the kind of questions that are being asked. Now write J.S. Mill. J.S. Mill. Anything that you remember from J.S. Mill? कोई ऐसी चीज जो बहुत स्टैंड आउट करती है? सॉरी, अच्छा और सोचो. Harm principle, very good. Yes, we'll see that, and we'll see harm principle ultimately becoming reasonable restrictions, which is again that freedom, your liberty is not absolute. Anything else? Huh? Acha, but in fact he is also, he wrote this book on subjugation of women, so he will speak the cause of. अच्छा आप शायद यही कह रहे हो ना? उसके बारे में बताता है ना? Yes, yes, yes. So in that sense he is also called a feminist. Okay, he has his view, and here one major thing is to understand how he is differing from Bentham and the utilitarians. Okay, now before I move to this part here, एक इस statement को लिखो. Just I'll give you 2 or 3 minutes to write it down. Locke is an individualist out and out, and then we start with Mill, then Marx, and the last two. Yes, reluctant democrat, we have also seen it in some of our classes, याद है? We said Mill to be, but अभी के लिए बस ये लिखो, just see what points are you able to generate. क्योंकि I am giving you keywords, you should then be able to think it through. So I am giving you 2 or 3 minutes, people online also, if you want to have a sip of water, a short break, because after this, we'll go to Mill, then Marx, then Gramsci and Hannah Arendt. Gramsci भी हम पहले देख चुके हैं, Marx भी देख चुके हैं, Hannah Arendt भी in power etc. we've discussed, so that should not take much time. Okay, but still, anyways, we will explain all of that. इसके ऊपर एक बार देखो, जस्ट आई एम ओपनिंग द टाइम एरिया 2 or 3 minutes. This should not take much time. People online, just इसको substantiate कैसे कर रहे हो? जो लिखा है ना, Locke is an individualist, out and out. How are we substantiating it? कुंदन, कोई point? जितना पढ़ा उससे कोई point बन रहा है अभी नहीं बन रहा? हाँ वही है, हाँ. And ends as an absolutist. Okay, you can make the comparison, but second is कोई और, you try it. How would you explain this? He is an individualist out and out. इसको पता कैसे बताना है out and out को? पहले बताओ, during state of nature how is an individual, and in a social contract how is an individual. So in a state of nature you have all the liberty, right? People have reason, they will cooperate. But what is the problem in the state? Why they go into a social contract? Kyun? To prevent temptations. Yes, they want to preserve their property. And even when they go in a social contract, now the difference is, in Hobbes' social contract, he starts as an individualist, but he removes all the freedom. So he ends up being an absolutist. Whereas in the case of Locke, and you have to explain that his state is it is not necessity, it is a convenience. It is not a strong state, it is a limited state. There is a consent of the people. People are rational. So people have been given all the rights, including the right to revolt in case the state does not serve its major functions. ये सब चीजें हम लिखेंगे कि नहीं लिखेंगे बताओ? So when it says out and out, अपने लिए, for your understanding, right, also in state of nature लिखोगे and also in social contract. If you write it, I want both these parts to be addressed. And when you write them, you also need to make a comparison. कैसे पता चलेगा out and out है? You compare him also with Hobbes. Yes? ऐसे नहीं कि पूरी Hobbes की theory लिखनी है. You have to just give a comparison saying that Hobbes also started as an individualist, but in Hobbes' social contract, it tramples all the rights of the people, and the people are effectively what? Subjugated. So then the state becomes Leviathan, becomes absolutist. But this does not happen in Locke. And in Locke, while the state is a night watchman, he still gives the state, he gives the people the right to revolt, to dissent. There is separation of powers also, so that this does not happen. Let's say these issues don't happen. Is it? See? मार्क्स से आप कैसे करोगे? हम्म, हाँ बट डायरेक्ट जैसे अब जो आप बता रहे हो, इन केस ऑफ मार्क्स देन अगेन द सोसाइटी इज डिवाइडेड. Okay, so for them, individuals and specifically for proletariats, he still wants to give them freedom. But that is totally different. यहाँ पे ज़्यादा better होगा, you compare it via Hobbes and you get your answer. ठीक है? Now, let's talk about Mill. What is something very important about Mill? One of the biggest supporters of freedom of speech and expression. Okay? You can always say, or of liberty. In fact, his book or title is On Liberty. One of the book is On Subjugation of Women. Right? So introduction mein either we mention how Mill is committed to the cause of liberty, committed to the cause of freedom of speech and expression. Simple terms likh rahe hain hum in this. And again in the introduction, again some of you have this thing कि आपने कोई introduction पढ़ लिया तो उसको रटना है बैठ के. My thing is first learn to make simple introductions. In some cases if you know a good keyword, a good quote, but that would only come with practice and recall. Otherwise अगर आप पूरा quote याद करके गए, एक भी line भूले नहीं लिख पाओगे. That is a problem that happens. So you should always know how to make a simple introduction. If need be, you can have it slightly more complicated, but subject to the condition that you remember it. Okay? Now for Mill, maybe just a couple of things just to illustrate or let's say mention this better. So here also you can write Mill is seen as a transitional thinker. Mill is seen as a transitional thinker. Okay, and then again he becomes the champion of liberty, etc. that you can write. Now a lot of context of the theory of Mill will revolve around his work on utilitarianism. Mill is again said to be the Peter who denied his master. ऐसा क्यों बोलते हैं? Yes, so again he was again a student of Bentham in that sense we can say. And he appreciated the theory of utilitarianism, and he said that he was so passionate about making it better and reforming it that he almost ends up पूरी तरह से just changing it. So he will criticize also utilitarianism for forgetting human dignity. Okay, so here first thing you can just write एक चीज, he is that in his defense of utilitarianism, he ends up redefining it. In his defense of utilitarianism, he ends up redefining it. अब इसमें लिखो पहले एक दो लाइन है, दिस अगेन विल टेल यू, यू विल अंडरस्टैंड इट. यू नो व्हाट इज यूटिलिटेरियनिज्म? लिखो, जस्ट लिखो ग्रेटेस्ट गुड फॉर द ग्रेटेस्ट नंबर. Utilitarianism is greatest good for the greatest number. Then you'll write Mill destroyed utilitarianism and it is said that he is the Peter who denied his master. Okay? अब इसमें लिखो, मतलब जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल यूटिलिटेरियनिज्म सेज दैट व्हाट, maximize pleasure, minimize pain. So this is basically based on what? Reason या appetite? Appetite. So according to utilitarians, man is only motivated by appetite. But Mill will come, Mill will say man has both reason and appetite. And he will try to reform it, adding the ethical dimensions to this. अब इसमें पहले ethical dimensions नहीं है. Okay, so he will bring the normative ethical dimensions to utilitarianism. Okay, so just one line you can write here. Is that Mill mixes idealism and ethics what I said एक बार बताना. हाँ, he mixes idealism and ethics and argues that human nature has both reason and appetite. Human nature has both reason and appetite. He challenges. अब देखो हुआ क्या था, in utilitarianism Bentham will say something known as a hedonistic calculus. You know what is hedonism? ये एक टर्म होता है. Hedonism is pure pursuit of pleasure. Hedonism. So he says that Bentham says कि एक hedonistic calculus होता है. Based on that, everybody will decide. But Mill will modify the hedonistic calculus. Mill will say that, okay, even if people will want to maximize pleasure and pain, but people also have reason, right? So there are people, in fact, Mill का ये कहना था, and there is a statement which is there that pushpin and poetry are same. Poetry has a lot of artistic value. Pushpin again. So he said that जो भी काम करो सब same है. Just that the pleasure you derive from something is different. Okay. Then he is also saying about, there is also a statement that it is better to be a human dissatisfied than being a pig satisfied. Okay. So what will Mill do? Mill will bring the ethical element. Mill will bring reason into it, and he will challenge the claim of utilitarianism. Right? For utilitarian, maximum thing was maximizing your pleasure. This is what he's going to reform. Are we clear on this? इसको लिख लो एक लाइन में. अच्छा, what did we write एक बार हम last? अच्छा, he challenges the utilitarian view that human nature is dominated only by appetite. He modifies the hedonistic calculus of Bentham. Hedonistic calculus of Bentham. Hedonistic calculus of Bentham, putting reason above appetite. Putting reason above appetite. अब लिखो, एक कोट लिखो इसमें पहले, because this was important to understand this. First is, it is better to be a human being dissatisfied than being a pig satisfied. इसका मतलब क्या है? देखो, according to Bentham, all pleasures are same. But according to Mill, pleasures are different. human beings can experience higher pleasures as opposed to animalistic pleasures. Yes or no? So that is why he said that it is better to be a human being dissatisfied. Because let's say you are doing or you're reading a book. Reading a book is actually a very difficult intellectual exercise. And let's say when you read the entire book, it may take you 14-15 days, then you derive pleasure from it. As opposed to, let's say, you're just scrolling the reel. Okay? So for Bentham, everything is same. अगर रील स्क्रॉल करने में प्लेजर ज्यादा है तो रील स्क्रॉल करो आप आराम से, क्या दिक्कत है? But Mill will say the different thing. There is a difference in the task also, the intensity and the duration of task also. So reading the book is not same as scrolling the phone. Same. So if you're dissatisfied reading the book, it is better than be satisfied only with scrolling. ठीक है? तो इसके लिए just you can write one line. Mill argues that human pleasures bracket में art, philosophy, etc. are of higher quality than animalistic pleasures bracket food, comfort, that are of lower quality. Second point, even if higher pleasures cause more discomfort, dissatisfaction, discomfort, they are still more valuable than base pleasures. They are still more valuable than base pleasures. Second लिखेंगे push pin and poetry are not the same. Push pin and poetry. Push pin में just अपनी understanding के लिए लिखो. It is simply a game that is played in some, let's say, club or a cafe, where you push the pin, etc. Just it's a simple game. And poetry is high intellectual quality. So here Mill simply says, इसका मतलब क्या है? All pleasures are not equal. Quality matters more. और just a second मैं context एक बार लिखवाऊंगा मिल का. What was the overall time here? This I will just explain because. Okay? ये समझ के? तो यूटिलिटेरिज्म का अगर क्रिटिक आएगा, right? You can talk, and when he criticizes it, when he criticizes it, you can say, is there an element of Kant in Mill? Yes, Kant है, human dignity है, and how humans and animal pleasures are different. He also speaks about it. ठीक है? Context में लिख लो just. I think this we have not written explicitly. एक तो चलो लिख लो. He was the son of James Mill, and James Mill was he was a disciple of Bentham. दूसरा कॉन्टेक्स्ट क्या है? ही इज इन द पीरियड ऑफ विक्टोरियन इंग्लैंड. अब विक्टोरियन इंग्लैंड में उस समय क्या है? द स्टार्ट ऑफ इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, राइजिंग कैपिटलिज्म. सो इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, राइजिंग कैपिटलिज्म, एंड जब कैपिटलिज्म आएगी तो एक और चीज आती है साथ में, एलिनेशन. दिस कार्ल मार्क्स विल ऑल्सो से rising capitalism and individual alienation. And last you can write, he was influenced by liberalism, utilitarianism and romanticism. ठीक है? On this utilitarian front, last line लिख लो, and then we move to again most important on liberty and democracy. So right, he redefined utility as happiness and not pleasure. He redefined utility as happiness and not pleasure. Similar question can also be there in ethics also, right? Many people think happiness and pleasure are same, but of course there is a difference. Okay? Now let's come to on liberty. जैसे इसको देखते हो क्या दिमाग में आता है? Indian context में Article 19, freedom of speech and expression. One of the biggest supporters of freedom of speech and expression happens to be J.S. Mill. And he introduced something that is known as the harm principle. Okay? Harm principle में क्या बोलते हैं हम? This is nothing but reasonable restrictions. That my freedom or the actions of my freedom should not harm your freedom. That is the harm principle. So harm principle puts a restraint on this. So इसमें just a couple of lines you can write. Strong supporter of individual liberty and political freedom. Mill is a strong supporter of individual liberty and political freedom. Now to explain this, there are two very good lines. Okay, I hope you remember while doing Lasky I mentioned a state is known by the right it maintains. याद आ रहा है? उसी का एक modification है, that is what Mill says. So Mill will say, you can write, a state that dwarfs its men. A state that dwarfs, DWARFS, a state that dwarfs its men so that they remain docile. State that dwarfs its men so that they remain docile will find that with small men nothing great is accomplished. This is such a powerful line. We'll find that with small men nothing great is accomplished. Are you able to understand this term? Idea लग रहा है? सेकेंड राइट, इसी से मिलता जुलता एक और लाइन है. When entire society is of the same opinion except one, when entire society is of the same opinion except one, society won't be right. Society won't be right in imposing its will in imposing its will on that one person. You may have heard a similar statement that while I disagree with you, I'll protect your right. Yeah, I'll defend your right to speak. Same चीज है. अगर पूरी सोसाइटी में अगर एक इंसान भी डिसेंट कर रहा है and the whole society, all the other people are thinking something else, they still should not silence that person. This leads to another quote. इसको लिखो. Silencing of opinion is an assumption of infallibility. Silencing of opinion is assumption of infallibility, and we'll write it like this: infallibility. Silencing of opinion is an assumption of infallibility. What is the meaning of this? बताओ. Infallibility, it simply means that the state is always correct. तो जो भी dissenting voice है वो गलत है. And the state is all powerful. Infallibility means you assume you are 100% correct. How will you explain this? Silencing of all opinion is an assumption of infallibility. आप पहली बात तो मान रहे हो गलत है. दूसरी बात, you are not giving yourself to reform. हो सकता है आप भी गलत हो. दूसरा, even if you are right, the moment you allow them to speak, while speaking and after some time, they may also get reformed. Now, think from a scientific view. When scientific revolutions happened, Galileo said something. Before Galileo, there was a different view. Before that, there was a different view. पहले क्या view था? That sun is going around the earth. फिर क्या हुआ? Earth is going around the sun, right? So if the society is very rigid, if it does not accept alternate opinion, then the society cannot be democratic. Now link it to Karl Popper. Then the society cannot be open society. Yeah, then the society is not open for falsification. तो इस कोट के लिए एक दो लाइंस लिख लो. दिस इज अ वेरी गुड कोट, पावरफुल कोट फॉर जीएस मिल. So you can write, simple लिखो, human beings are fallible. And put a dash, right? Today's opinion may become tomorrow's truth. Bracket Galileo. Today's opinion may become tomorrow's truth. फिर लिखो second point, the claim of infallibility means, the claim of infallibility means, the claim of infallibility means one is absolutely correct and other is absolutely wrong. Put a dash, which is dangerous in a progressive democratic society. Yes or no? एक और पॉइंट लिख सकते हो, that the silenced opinion may have some perspective which leads to refinement of both the views. हो सकता है वो गलत भी हो, but that dimension that it addresses can in fact improve the view of both sides. लास्ट FO, हाँ मैंने बोला क्या था? हाँ, so silenced opinion may have a perspective which can further refine the views on both sides. Which can further refine the views on both sides. And last we'll write FOSE, which means freedom of speech and expression, is not just for the majority slash speaker. तो जो बोल रहा है सिर्फ उसके लिए नहीं है, या majority या उसके लिए नहीं है, ठीक है? It is for the intellectual development of the entire society. It is for the intellectual development of entire society. Up now you will understand why such heavy focus he is giving to freedom of speech and expression. Next लिखो, अब this is done. Another point on liberty will write. Mill calls for FOSE, freedom of speech and expression, as a basic human condition. Freedom of speech and expression as a basic human condition. Put a dash, that even madmen should be allowed to speak. even mad men should be allowed to speak as it develops reason, and tolerance in man. As it develops reason and tolerance in man. अब अगर सवाल आएगा, जैसे I gave you 3 quotes इससे पहले भी, है ना? Give arguments and then you can use the quote also. पर ऐसा ना सिर्फ quote लिख रहे हो. The quote should be substantiated by some meaning. Jesse one of the quotes I have substantiated and its interpretation. So this is that why does Mill value freedom of speech and expression so much? Because it is essential to human development, it is essential to individual development, it is even essential to societal development, as simple as that. And even if one person has a divergent view, society should not suppress it. Society should allow that view to come, because that will help overall for the development of society. अब इसी में लिखो Mill's harm principle, HARM. This is the restriction that he'll put. Mill's harm principle. अब देखो इसमें just he uses 2 terms. I'm just helping you revise. So Mill will say there are 2 types of actions. One is self-regarding action and one is other regarding action. ठीक है, एक self-regarding है, एक other regarding action है. When you are doing self-regarding action, which is only for you, you can do it as you want. But when you are going for other regarding action, it simply means if I am free to do whatever I want, let's say my freedom is trampling on him, his freedom is trampling on you, your freedom is trampling on somebody else. So for other regarding actions, he talks about limiting them through something known as a harm principle, which simply tells that your freedom stops the moment somebody else's freedom starts. तो यहां पे लिखो just on self-regarding actions, the person is sovereign, full stop. If left to oneself, all restraints qua QUA restraints are evil, EVIL, evil. All restraints qua restraints are evil. On other regarding actions, he talks or he imposes a harm principle. This, as it is, I actually did not write it really well. Restraints only, ये restraints ही है, INTS, QUA, qua, restraints, qua restraints. All restraints, qua restraints are evil. Anything that stops human action in self-concerning action is bad. ठीक है, ओके. अब, and this is limited by harm principle. This again I don't have to explain too much. Okay, let's go back. Okay, अब आते हैं इस पे. Till here everything is fine. अब इसी में लिखो, criticism में लिखो. Criticism of Mill on liberty is he is sometimes said to be prophet of empty liberty. Criticism is he is a prophet of empty liberty. Prophet of empty liberty. प्रॉफिट ऑफ एम्प्टी लिबर्टी, ठीक है। अब क्यों क्यों बोला जाता है? एक तो एब्सोल्यूट लिबर्टी नहीं दिया, और कुछ, द मोमेंट यू से harm principle, that will open a huge part for the state to intervene. Yes or no? So this is a issue that will come up. That is why he said. So एक इसी में बस लिख लो issue क्या है? That harm principle opens up possibility for excessive state intervention. सेकेंड लिखो क्रिटिसिज्म, कि ये जो है सेल्फ रिगार्डिंग, अदर रिगार्डिंग, सो दैट इज वेरी एब्स्ट्रैक्ट. when we do actions, do we say this is self regarding action and other regarding? nahi. So this also, that people say, boy, what is this? This is inconsistent, this is highly abstract. So one somebody, मतलब he is criticized to be profit. अच्छा, profit की स्पेलिंग क्या लिखी पहले बताओ? PROFIT, हाँ, PROPHET, profit of empty liberty and profit of abstract individualism. ये भी criticism है. Profit of abstract individualism. How will we know self regarding and other regarding action? Plus you've already said harm principle. So in doing so, what you are essentially doing, you are making more space for the state to intervene. Yes or no? That is the challenge. ठीक है, अब आते हैं ऑन डेमोक्रेसी. When we see Mill talking about democracy, okay, so of course Mill as a democrat, he is a champion of democracy, and I can say he is a champion of liberal democracy. अब इसको बहुत आसान है प्रूफ करना. He will talk about freedom of speech and expression, liberty, education, democratic culture, pluralism, all the good words. Weighted representation भी है. What is the meaning of weighted representation? The people who have more weight are going to vote. नहीं, what is weight? It is our weight, kgs नहीं. बताओ what is weighted representation, बताओ. देखो, enlightened representation का मतलब क्या होता है? The people who are more educated will have more vote. Value of vote सुना है हमने? तो इन जैसे one thing is in political equality everybody has one vote. Weighted representation means some people's vote are more valuable than the others. He also talks about PR is proportional representation, RTV is right to vote. All these are the things he talks about. That is why he's a champion of democracy. We'll praise him where it is necessary. Then he then introduces something known as prerequisites for democracy. That in that area, in that society, in that nation, liberty should be there, education should be there, and very important, the culture has to be democratic. The culture has to be democratic, that is very important. However, he is criticized as a reluctant democrat. जब ये लिखोगे तो ये लिखते ना, this is said by C.L. Vapor. C.L. Vapor criticizes Mill to be a reluctant democrat. What is meaning of reluctant? कि मन नहीं था democracy देने का, पर रोग आके दे दी. What is reluctant? That you were not willing to give democracy to, let's say, the colonies, but you still ended up giving them, but maybe because of some pressure. Are we clear till here? Now why is he, अगर ये individual सवाल भी आ चुका है एग्जाम में, so when you have to explain this, you have to tell of course what he is saying, but then you have to explain this in detail, that while he is a democrat, but at the same time he gives a harm principle. harm principle में problem क्या है बताओ? अभी देखा, self regarding, other regarding actions, and he is a prophet of empty liberty and prophet of abstract individualism. Can we say that? Yes. Second thing, this is very important, benevolent despotism. So he says that, let's say even for India, that India में सब कुछ, what is the rule? India is ruled by savages, okay, and here people are not fit for democracy, they are not educated. So either उनको educate करो, right, or this is the theory of benevolent despotism. What is the meaning of benevolent despotism? Who's a despot? Again a ruler with who very harsh ruler. Benevolent मतलब इसको लिंक करो with civilizing mission और white man's burden. वही सेम चीज याद करो. That now it is a burden on the part of British, let's say, to make Indians educated. तब वो डेमोक्रेसी दे रहे हैं कि भाई एजुकेट भी कर रहे हैं, डेमोक्रेसी भी दे रहे हैं. But why are they despot? Because they think that you are not fit for a democracy. So we will use authoritarian tendencies. We will have a lot of police force. We will trample your freedom so that you remain democratic. क्योंकि दिक्कत आप में है. हमारा तो थ्योरी बिल्कुल, हमारी तो थ्योरी सही है. Are we understanding this? Second, he is a reluctant Democrat because see, on one part he's saying, which is true also, कि democracy और liberty के लिए fight बहुत करनी पड़ी है. A lot of bloodshed has happened, right? So he's saying, don't give up this, don't give this up easily. A democracy has a very high chance to turn into tyranny of majority, which he was very afraid of. इसीलिए he is reluctant, इसलिए उसको डर लगता है कि democracy जो मिली इतनी fight से वो चली ना जाए. और दूसरा, if you rule these colonies are full of beasts or savages. इन लोगों को human बनाने के लिए खूब इनको पीटना पड़ेगा, इनको educate करना पड़ेगा. So he even justifies the benevolent despotism. And then he's criticized for being an elitist. He excludes a lot of people who are not educated. He goes for proportional and weighted representation. What is this? This is elitist. So democracy, which was supposed to be the rule of all, happens to be only the rule of few. ये लिख सकते हैं कि नहीं बताओ? कह सकते हैं? So when I say Mill as a Democrat, I would talk about he's a champion of democracy. Yes, I'll explain all these terms as much as the demand of the question is. I'll talk about the prerequisites. ये बहुत जरूरी है. Liberty, education, culture. ये नहीं है, so that is why his prescription for colonies is different. Then he's also fearful. जहां पे democratic culture नहीं है, वहां पे क्या दिक्कत आ सकती है? Tyranny of majority. तो जो भी यही दो तीन सवाल बनते हैं इसमें. One, why is a huge supporter of freedom of speech and expression? That we have seen. Then why is a huge supporter of other avenues? That also we have seen. Yes or no? Are we able to understand this? ठीक है. Last लिख लो again as a feminist, जहां पे just one or two lines we'll write and then we'll move ahead. Is there any doubt? People online so far? अभी तो सब समझ में आ रहा होगा मेरे हिसाब से. फेमिनिस्ट में लिखो, बुक का नाम है ऑन सबजुगेशन ऑफ विमेन. द नेम ऑफ द बुक इज सबजुगेशन ऑफ विमेन. So here Mill says all humans are capable of moral reasoning. All humans are capable of moral reasoning. Put a dash and write except barbarians and uncivilized people. Except barbarians and uncivilized people. So what does he actually want to say? कि भाई सब लोग कर सकते हैं, तो इसलिए we'll also give this right to women also. Right? Second right, the utilitarian argument. Utilitarian argument. Women's participation is beneficial for both sexes. Women's participation is beneficial for both sexes. Put a dash, men become more civilized in public, and for women also, which means women's participation helps women also and men also. अच्छा, जहां पे हमने क्रिटिसिज्म में लिखा है प्रॉफिट ऑफ एम्प्टी लिबर्टी, लिखो ब्रैकेट में दिस वाज सेड बाय बार्कर, BARKER. दैट वाज सेड बाय बार्कर. ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं. दिस इज टोटली क्लियर. वुमेन सफरेज, रिलक्टेंट डेमोक्रेट, ऑल साइलेंसिंग ऑफ दिस, ऑल वी हैव सीन. ऐसे सवाल आ रहे हैं, आपको अच्छे समझ में आएगा. 1 second, दो repeat. अच्छा, okay. Karl Marx. Now already we've seen Marx's theory of state. Also we've discussed Marxism in various forms. Okay. So this should not be that difficult for us to understand. ठीक है. Introduction में क्या लिखेंगे? अच्छा, yesterday also we had seen all the types of socialism. याद आ रहा है? We had seen pre-socialism, pre-Marxist socialism, then Marxist syndicalism और क्या क्या बताओ? Guild socialism और Fabian socialism. All of that we have seen. ठीक है? Introduction में basically you can talk about how he criticizes liberalism. Okay? For हाँ बिल्कुल, डेफिनेटली दैट यू कैन टेक. ठीक है, इसमें आई एम नॉट स्पेंडिंग टू मच टाइम हियर ऑन दिस. यहाँ पे बस एक लाइन लिख लो. अच्छा, बुक का नाम लिख लो, डास कैपिटल एंड द कम्युनिस्ट मैनिफेस्टो. दिस ऑल्सो वी हैव सीन इन द प्रीवियस वन. सो ऑन मार्क्स वी वुड नॉट टेक मच टाइम बिकॉज दिस इज रिलेटिवली easy to understand. Okay, your test will start from 5. Okay, अब एक लिखो. In the quotes, write down a couple of quotes. I'll tell you. One is, philosophers have tried to interpret the word. Philosophers have tried to interpret the word. However, what matters is how to change the word. 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 Second, very important quote. History of all hitherto, hitherto is this. History of all hitherto existing societies has been the history of class struggle. ठीक है, अब आ जाते हैं what actually, in fact we've also seen these terms, but still just a quick recap we'll try to do. So first is what Marx talks about. In fact, we know that Marx says that the society or the people that hold the access to economic structure control everything, right? How does he do so? He does it through historical materialism. Now here, first of all, he criticizes, तो पहला point लिखो यहाँ पे, he criticizes Hegel. Although ये idea is inspired from dialectics of Hegel also, but he will still criticize Hegel. अब यहाँ पे लिखो, he criticized Hegel, put a dash, right? Hegel said, अब ये एक ऐसे का टॉपिक भी था यूपीएससी का, that rational is real and real is rational. Hegel said that rational is real and real is rational. इसको स्टार मार्क लगाओ. इसका 1 पेज या 1.5 पेज का आंसर I will share with you. Okay? Because this is slightly complicated to explain directly in one or 2 minutes. So it's better if I share that with you. And Marx criticizes him by saying, Hegel must be standing on his head. That Hegel must be standing on his head to believe that ideas shape history. तो पहले तो he is criticizing Hegel. Hegel is an idealist. Idealist क्या बोलेंगे? Ideas are important. He will say matter is most important. Second, he will do You write economic determinism. Second point is economic determinism. और बहुत simply Marx will say, in order to live, what you have to do? You have to eat. In order to eat, somebody has to produce. So man's existence in the society is the economic act. Right? So just write. Marx says that production was the first historical act. Production was the first historical act. Production is the first historical act. Full stop. For Marx, all changes in society are a result of. For Marx, all changes in society are a result of. Are a result of change in bracket in inverted commas means of production. Means of production. Full stop. Thus for Marx, economics and not politics or culture, is the moving force of history. Is the moving force of history. You also know the base or superstructure model, yes or no? What is most important? Base. So for Marx, base is what will control everything. Those who have power over the base control everything. But when we see Gramsci, what will Gramsci say? Gramsci is a theoretician of superstructure. So Gramsci will say other elements are equally important. You cannot ignore culture. You cannot ignore ideology. That is why he'll give concepts like hegemony. Yes or no? तो बेस और सुपर स्ट्रक्चर मैं अगेन एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर रहा हूं, कहीं पे बस ड्रॉप, कहीं राइट डाउन, जस्ट बेस एंड सुपर स्ट्रक्चर. लास्ट लिखेंगे इसी में एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए हिस्टोरिकल डायलेक्टलिज्म. हिस्टोरिकल डायलेक्टिसिज्म. What वो हमने क्या लिखा था अभी? हाँ, हिस्टोरिकल डायलेक्टिसिज्म. इसका बहुत सिंपल मतलब है, व्हाट इज डायलेक्टिक्स? टू कंपीटिंग ऑपोजिट आइडियाज. डायलेक्टिसिज्म क्या बोलेगा? दो क्लास हैं, हैव्स हैव नॉट्स, बुर्जुआ प्रोलेटेरिएट. दे कैन नेवर रिकंसाइल. कोऑपरेशन हो नहीं सकता. लिबरलिज्म शुरू से बोलता है पीपल कैन कोऑपरेट. लॉक सेड दैट पीपल हैव रीजन. यस और नो? सो ये सिंपल सा है, इसमें एक लाइन लिखो आप, दैट अकॉर्डिंग टू मार्क्स देयर इज अ कंफ्लिक्टिंग क्लास अरेंजमेंट ऑफ हैव्स एंड हैव नॉट्स. देयर इज अ conflicting class arrangement of haves and have nots. Full stop. The interest of the two classes, are underline antagonistic. Are antagonistic. And the only solution, of course this is in Marx communism, is revolution. इसका मतलब cooperation नहीं हो सकता. Is this clear? Of course, we've already understood this. अब लिखो next heading on revolution. Some specific things he'll say. अब ये हिस्टोरिकल मटेरियलिज्म, रेवोल्यूशन, कम्युनिज्म, एलियनेशन ऑल आर लिंक्ड. व्हाई विल एलियनेशन हैपन बताओ? बिकॉज during the work and in industries, capitalism will lead to alienation of workers. They will become alienated from their work. ठीक है? And because of that, they will face new challenges. So slowly and steady, and this ultimately so, which is why he'll say that people will go for revolution, and communism is a utopia. Communism is a classless and a stateless society. This is where he'll talk about. ठीक है? I think it will make sense to first write alienation. ठीक है? अगर historical materialism है, फिर आएगा alienation. Problem होगी alienation में. Then the people will revolt through communism. So write alienation first. Okay, so पहला है, according to Marx, this is a chief characteristic of a capitalist society. According to Marx, this is a chief characteristic of a capitalist society. अब देखो, यहां पे I am telling you there are 4 ways in which you understand alienation. 4 तरह से. ओके, तो एलियनेशन की जब रिकॉल करोगे ना, यहां पे 4 लिख दो. व्हेन यू आर रिवाइजिंग योर माइंड मैप एंड नोट्स, इफ यू आर एबल टू रिमेंबर ऑल द 4 इंटरप्रिटेशंस, योर जॉब इज डन. हमने 4 इंटरप्रिटेशन किसी और चीज के भी करे थे कल की क्लास में. पर्सनल इज पॉलिटिकल, यस और नो? 4 इंटरप्रिटेशंस गिवन बाय सूसन, मोलर, ओकिन. याद आ रहा है? नाउ लेट्स कम बैक टू एलियनेशन. फर्स्ट एलियनेशन इज हिज क्रिएटिविटी गेट्स लॉस्ट. फर्स्ट लिखोगे, मैन इज एस्ट्रेंज्ड. एस्ट्रेंज्ड मतलब खुद से एक तरह से ही बिकम्स अ स्ट्रेंजर. मैन इज एस्ट्रेंज्ड फ्रॉम द फ्रूट्स ऑफ हिज लेबर and is unable to do what he wants. That is the first way alienation operates. Man is estranged from the fruits of his labor right. Second, he becomes a cog in the wheel. इसका मतलब समझ में आ रहा है? Think about chakki and atta piecing. There are so many elements, he just becomes a cog in the wheel. So he does not recognize that he also has an individual value. It lies huge machinery and he is just a small part of it. So here cog, C-O-G, in the wheel. Third is loss of his social life. Loss of his social life. Just right, capitalism leaves no time. Capitalism leaves no time or money with the worker to realize his social nature. To realize his social nature. And last is he alienates from himself. तो last लिखेंगे, man becomes alienated with oneself dash करके, totally dehumanized and perpetually dissatisfied. And perpetually dissatisfied. Sorry? First form. Loss of that is the loss of creativity. So that man is estranged from the fruits of his labor. Entire line. And is unable to do what he wants. Unable to do what he wants. अब इसको end करते हुए लिखो. In alienation you can write, Marx maintained that the liberty promised by capitalism leads to nothing but alienation. Liberty promised by capitalism leads to nothing but alienation and he says that this liberty is inverted commas में false consciousness. This liberty is false consciousness. This liberty is false consciousness. ठीक है? अब आ जाओ रेवोल्यूशन पे. ऑन रेवोल्यूशन रेवोल्यूशन पे 3 पॉइंट्स लिखेंगे मेन. नाउ मार्क्स कॉल्स हिज थ्योरी प्रैक्टिस. ये हमने कल भी देखा था दैट द प्री मार्क्सिस्ट सोशलिज्म इज आइडियलिज्म. कौन कौन लोग थे उसमें याद है? सेंट सिमोन, रॉबर्ट ओवन, चार्ल्स फोरियर. ओके, praxis means theory plus action. Praxis is theory plus action. So put a dash that praxis forms the philosophical base for revolution. Praxis forms the philosophical basis for revolution. अब इसमें हम वही लिखेंगे जो कोट हमने लिखा पहला वाला, that आज तक सिर्फ the philosophers have only interpreted the word. Now what matters is to change it. And of course when I say change it, he means praxis, and what is referring to? Revolution. This is how you use your quotations. Okay, अब लिखो इसमें आगे, या तो लिख देना यहाँ पे, you can add the first quote, put a star mark, something like this. That philosophers वाला quote can be added here. Now you write, through his theory of alienation, through his theory of alienation, Marx argues that capitalists will dig their own graves. ये पूरा in inverted commas. Capitalists will dig their own graves. And communism will rise from ashes of capitalism. And communism will rise from ashes of capitalism. Okay, अब एक और बहुत पॉपुलर कोट है, that workers of the world unite, you have nothing to lose but your chains. All of that is again related to this only. ठीक है? Then last you can write, so this is collapse of capitalism, हमने बात करी, and last is this point, consciousness. So right, Marx urges the proletariats, Marx urges the proletariats to transition from, ये भी इंपॉर्टेंट है, बार बार लिखना लाइन, टू ट्रांजिशन फ्रॉम अ क्लास इन इटसेल्फ, टू ट्रांजिशन फ्रॉम अ क्लास इन इटसेल्फ टू अ क्लास फॉर इटसेल्फ. दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लाइन. टू ट्रांजिशन फ्रॉम अ क्लास इन इटसेल्फ टू अ क्लास फॉर इटसेल्फ. क्लास इन इटसेल्फ का मतलब है कोई कॉन्शियसनेस नहीं है लोगों में. Class for itself is the people feel connected and now they are ready for a revolution. So last में फिर again वही that thing I tell you, that workers of the world unite, you have nothing to lose but your chains. So this is nothing but a direct call to action. Okay, is this clear on revolution? But revolution में you have to mention theory of alienation, इसलिए हमने उसको पहले करा है. अब last आ जाओ, this is the part on communism. On communism, simple है, it happens in 2 stages. It will happen in 2 stages, and you know that. अच्छा चलो लिखो, वो लिखवाता हूँ. It happens in 2 stages. In the first stage, revolution leads to socialism. Revolution leads to socialism with the dictatorship of the proletariats. With the dictatorship of the proletariats. Over a period of time, अब ये this is the second stage की बात हो रही है. Second में लिखेंगे over a period of time, society transforms to communism. Over a period of time, society transforms to communism. ब्रैकेट में लिखो, communism was Marx's utopia. Communism was Marx's utopia of a stateless and classless society. Okay. Then last heading is criticism of Karl Marx. Criticism of Karl Marx. कौन करेगा क्रिटिसाइज? पहले लिखो, चलो फर्स्ट वील राइट इज मैक्स वेबर. जस्ट मैं कीवर्ड लिखूंगा, यू कैन एक्सप्लेन व्हाट दैट मीन्स. यू कैन राइट इकोनॉमिक रिडक्शनिज्म. यू नो व्हाट इज इकोनॉमिक रिडक्शनिज्म? एवरीथिंग इज ओनली व्यूड फ्रॉम वन इकोनॉमिक लेंस. Economic reductionism. Then you can write Karl Popper. Karl Popper, अब इसमें सब बोलेगा. फर्स्ट इज क्लोज्ड सिस्टम ऑफ थॉट. अगेन नॉट ओपन फॉर फॉल्सिफिकेशन. Not open for falsification, comma, essentialism. And again you can write enemy of the open society. सारी चीजें almost similar हैं that we have discussed as enemy of the open society. As the enemy of the open society. ठीक है? Now, the time that I have remaining, I can just give you an overview of Gramsci as well as Hannah Arendt. ठीक है? तो इसमें I'll just now take maybe 5 or 6 or 7 minutes more on both these parts, because we have not had a write-up, something like that. I'll share the write-up also with you. ठीक है? That can be the best way to complete this, because again a class is to start from 5 also, so we also have to economize on time. अभी तक जितना किया कितना समझ में आया, सही बताओ? अच्छे से आया? एंड देन यू हैव टू राइट ऑल्सो. ठीक है? कोशिश करो लिखने की, जितना अच्छा लिखोगे उतनी मजा आएगी आपको. अब आते हैं ग्रामसी पे. ग्रामसी हम ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं. कहां पे बताओ? हेजिमनी, क्योंकि when we were doing power, then we had done hegemony already. But here I'll just quickly recall and revise Gramsci in 4 or 5 minutes. The write-up I will share with you so that you will remember everything. अच्छा, बाद में अराउंड जैसे 4:55 पे. ठीक है? This is for a different test also. Okay. Now, Gramsci, main चीज याद रखो, Marx has given all the interpretations. Now, Gramsci was dissatisfied because Marxism was not able to answer the problems of the current society. And Gramsci was wondering that despite the economic power or economic heft, there are other structures which are equally powerful. And Marx has not given them enough weightage or importance. Okay? Which is why you see Gramsci to be known as a theoretician of superstructure. ठीक है? क्योंकि देखो, if this is the base for Marx, which is only economic in nature, you also have small superstructures. It can be church, it can be other institutions. Yes or no? बोल सकते हैं हम? Now, In case of Gramsci, as a theoretician of superstructure, main thing here is he is going for revision of Marxism, right? He is going to revive it. And why does he want to revive it? To make Marxism, or I should say the new Marxism, more relevant, and to be able to give explanation of the modern times. Okay? Now while doing so, he will then modify and he will simply say over emphasis on. In fact, जो हमने देखा ना मार्क्स का जो criticism है, सबसे पहले तो हमें लिखना चाहिए न्यू मार्क्सिज्म का, and then we can move to Max Weber and other people, because those people also said Marx has over analyzed and over emphasized only on one thing, that is economic structure. Yes or no? So here they will revise, revision of Marx will happen, and he will focus on the role of ideology, role of other structures in doing this. Yes or no? This is going to be important, so which is why he will give rise to hegemony. Hegemony पे हम पूरा नोट भी लिख चुके हैं. You just quickly tell me what you remember from hegemony. पहली बात तो, is hegemony hard power? No, it is soft power. It is ruled by consent. In this hegemony, consent is manufactured. तो the state है, या the powerful elite, they control the structures not just via state or by hard power, they control it also via hegemony, through something that rules the mind, through soft power, through attraction. Yes or no? हाँ, वो करने के लिए they have traditional intellectuals and they also have, जैसे traditional हो गए, and कौन हो गए? Modern intellectuals. If you have hegemony, you can have counter hegemony. And then there are two very important terms associated with it: war of position and war of maneuver. All of that is seen in hegemony also. Yes or no? So main core thing, that is also we I think wrote जब हम hegemony की बात कर रहे थे in the topic of power, that we discussed that Gramsci's role is very important because he will revolutionize the understanding of power. That normally you hear about power in terms of coercion or domination, but he will talk about in terms of soft power. Instrumentations that legitimize the power of state. In domination is different. It can be military, it can be overdeveloped or powerful state. In this it can be intellectuals, either traditional or organic. And there is the formation of a historical block which will bring everything together. तो जो सवाल आते हैं, अगर हम देखें सवाल जो आएंगे यहाँ पे, जैसे for example critically examine the concept of hegemony, distinction between hegemony and domination, ये आपको तब, again this is related to your understanding of power. Gramsci's notion of organic intellectuals. अब in questions में you also can link it to paper 1B, where you can give examples of either Gandhi or Ambedkar, or how organic intellectuals for Indians, yeah, organic intellectuals even for the subaltern classes were also there. Can we say that? Yes. Gramsci's concept of hegemony, again say hegemony is primary. कितनी बार आया है? Hegemony is primarily based on organization of consent. अब आप पक गए होगे सवाल को देख देख के, right? While the focus is mostly on this, but you can still expect questions on other domains also. ठीक है? जैसे even civil society, the part of superstructure, helps in the maintenance of hegemony. Yes or no? बताओ. Can we say that? Right? So again here our core point remains that we have to understand this whole part that we have seen here. ठीक है? Okay, and with this, इसका just जो भी part extra है for which the write-up, I'll just share a small 1 or 2 page write-up because hegemony we have already done, but just to summarize what he has done. Revolution is done through 2 ways. Revolution में war of position होता है, and there is a war of maneuver. Okay, and that with that we come to the last part, that is Hannah Arendt. Hannah Arendt को भी हमने कहाँ पे देखा है बताओ? नहीं, civic republicanism and her view of totalitarianism while discussing it, plus we also saw her theory of power. याद आ रहा है? What is Hannah Arendt's theory of power? Sorry, बताओ. Political action. Power is with people, yes. And in that case, जहां पे हमने power लिखा है, ठीक है? इसमें I'll just make sure in our write-up, याद रखो, this is phenomenological. One second, phenomenological phenomenological view of power. P-H-E-N-O-M-E-N-O, phenomenological view of power. That is what he has given. She has given, sorry. है ना? That here, what is the main thing? How does power emerge? How does power emerge? Power कैसे आती है? When people act in concert. Why ignorance? Power will disappear if the people don't act in concert. Yes or no? And this will lead to totalitarian tendencies. हाँ या ना बताओ? ये पढ़ा है हमने? तो अब, first of all, she is again known as a thinker without barriers. Okay? Other than that, again an interwar intellectual. Analysis of her work, especially during the interwar time, and tracing the roots of totalitarianism is again a very special part of her approach. Now, her methodology is very unique, okay, that she has a phenomenological approach. It means, again, analysis of phenomena to give a comprehensive theory, which is why sometimes it is difficult to understand what a theory is. So, it is again based on a lot of observation and understanding of phenomena, okay. Now, on power, फिर से याद रखो, power is generally seen as coercion or domination. In this case, what is power? Power is positive. Power comes when people are participating. All these interpretations will write, yes or no? Then, in this power, again, if people don't act in concert, it can lead to totalitarianism. And she has done extensive study on the work of totalitarianism, how totalitarian thought emerges and how it keeps on going. Ultimately, because people are not participating in the civic sphere. Then, of course, she talks about a conceptual triad. What is a triad? Three things about what? Labor, action, and work. So here again, the concepts like what is vita activa, what is vita contemplativa, and how she prioritizes action is a core feature in this case. Okay? Now here also, on revolution, which is also linked, that what actually makes revolution possible. Okay? So this is also one element she speaks about. So ये सारी चीजें again, I'll especially these two parts through normal handout, I will explain or share it with you. On revolution में एक और specific चीज है that she again tries to understand different regimes where revolutions happened. So we already have Aristotle's theory. अब अगर ये लिखोगे, link it to Aristotle also. Yes. And then there is also criticism that again some of the ideas seem to be biased or ideologically motivated. There is also historical bias and there is some inconsistencies also in her thoughts. Okay, and contemporary relevance, of course, we can talk about civic republicanism, understanding even the recent revolutions and the crisis of modern times, again gives us more insights into her way of working. Is that fine? Okay. So now it's almost 5. I'll now take your leave. जो भी दो पार्ट थे उसमें अगर आपको और भी लग रहा है if there is any addition that you want from my side, I'll share that with you. ठीक है? The schedule for अभी upcoming classes I'll also share on Telegram कि अब अपनी next class कब है. Most probably tomorrow will be an off for you. ठीक है? And again spend your time revision. जो लोग अभी crash course के part हैं, those who are watching this directly and still want to be the part of crash course, again you can reach out. The first test which has started from today can also be attempted on in the subsequent days. So the test timing is flexible also. So whenever you feel ready, you can write it. ठीक है? All the very best, all of you. We'll meet again. Most probably on Monday or Tuesday we'll meet. मैं अब बताऊंगा आपको. Okay.